While everybody's settling, good evening, everybody.
We're not online yet.
Oh, we're not?
27.
Now we're online. Okay, now good evening, everybody. July 14th at 6 p.m. Welcome to a normal meeting after our water. Yeah, let's just, I like to keep things steady, just FYI. Flow, no lag or anything like that. So if we could get to the roll call vote, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioner Murillo,
Here.
Commissioner Milligan,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Brennan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay. If anybody would like to do the invocation, please stand.
Almighty God, thank you for this wonderful day. Thank you for the blood that you bestowed upon us. Thank you for going to the cross for our sins. We ask that for your wisdom and your discernment this evening, that you guide us and lead us. And we pray for your blessings upon this town, and on this commission, and on this community. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Good, James? Okay. Item number B, approval of the agenda. Need a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve all the agenda.
Do I hear a second?
I apologize. I need one item yanked off the agenda,
Okay.
and that would be G3. Because I did not send the proper document to the clerk, the deputy clerk, and so the document you have in your packet is not correct.
Okay. If that's the case, we have a motion. Please, nobody second to let it die. Going once, going twice. Motion dies. Do we have another motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda with the removal of item G3.
Second.
We have a second for the removal of item G3 on approval of agenda. Discussion? Once, twice. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, public comment. Victoria Sanchez.
After meeting with the Edgewood Chief of Police, I remain unconvinced that these flat cameras are the right solution for our Smile Mountain community. Although they clarified that the information provided is vehicle characteristics and license plates, they could not clarify what data may be collected across the broader flock network or how the data is governed, retained, or protected. Just because the information they have contracted to receive is limited does not mean that is the only information collected. I think it is safe to say that criminals don't care who or what is watching. A camera mounted on a pole cannot intervene during a criminal act, and I'm expected to feel safer simply because a camera is collecting license plate information. It doesn't change the fact that the crime has already been committed. I previously expressed my concerns and was told that if I had objected to the cameras, I should simply stay home. I reject the idea that privacy and freedom of movement should require such a choice. Law-abiding residents should be able to travel throughout their community without unnecessary monitoring. The expansion of surveillance technology, even when introduced with good intention, raises important questions about personal freedom and privacy. This is nothing more than an undermining of individual freedoms. The department states that a formal written policy is being finalized. These policies governing data access, retention, and misuse should have been placed before expanding surveillance technology to protect the rights of the people they serve. If you, like me, have concerns about this program, I encourage you to add your voice by signing this petition for removal. You can also contact me at deflockedgewood@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, remember that
Yeah, I was about to do that. James? Can you do the call?
Good evening.
Are you
Yvette Williams.
Eva? Thank you.
Yvette.
Yvette. Thank you again.
That's right. It's a weird name. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. My name is Yvette Williams. I've lived here off and on since 1978. I know I don't look that old. It's okay. The change at the town hall in the last 6 months has been extraordinary. In half a year, nearly our entire senior leadership has turned over. A new town manager in December, finance leadership reshuffled, and a new mayor. Key positions that are all still unsettled, and District 5 is empty. That's nearly a whole leadership of this town all at once. That's crazy. Okay? These are growing pains that we're dealing with, not a verdict. And this same town just did a hard thing. You guys talked about the fire and EMS agreement. That's not a town failing, that's a town working, okay? I know this was a struggle, and I know there's people trying to dissolve the town. That's not in our best interest. Leave you with this. Ask yourself how many times this year we've been asked to give up this town, to dissolve it, to hand it away. Even once is too many, okay? This is our town. Notice where that push comes from the outside. The very community it asks us to erase. Edgewood is worth keeping. Wait. Oh, well, I'm fast. You don't have to yield your time. Some of you received the mailers, Reboot Edgewood, that's asking us to dissolve the town. Part of it, they're right. Turnovers hurt. The budget's strained. But they're wrong about the cure. Okay? You don't dissolve a town in its growing pains. You fix them. Okay? If you read their own flyer, section 3-4-7, if Edgewood dissolves, the county takes over and runs it. That's not less government. That's the Santa Fe County government farther away and answering us less because we are on the boundary. Okay, you are going to have to yield your time. Sorry. Come on up. Come on.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
could,
guys.
Sir, you could just yield your time. Just please state your name.
I'm Lee Cattell, and I yield my time to my
Okay.
wife.
Who has had the last word on everything for 20 years. So, thank you, my love. Okay, so dissolving this town is not the way. Honestly, I don't think it's really good, because if it goes to a county, it's going to get split between 4 counties, if I'm not mistaken. There's Torrance, Bernalillo, I think Sandoval, and Santa Fe. So we now become the butt crack and the bastard child of every single county. They don't want anything to do with us. They want our money, but they're not going to want to help us. Okay? Dissolution doesn't hand us control, hands us our control to someone else. All right, this is important. Hundreds of years ago, all right, more than 100 years ago, Teddy Roosevelt said it better than I think anyone else. It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly? so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. That means we got to stay the course. We got to keep in there. We got to continue the fight. So the credit doesn't go to the critic with the mailer, it goes to the people in the arena, the ones who stay and fix what's broken. That's the harder path. It's also the right one. The reboot is about one thing. It's a moment of decisions. Let's decide, let's fix Edgewood and not erase it or dissolve it. Edgewood has stepped into the arena. Let's not walk out now. We chose the arena, and we chose it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
You, Gary.
evening, my name is Gary Pearson. I live at 17 Corte Agave in Edgewood. I just moved here 2 months ago, moved back 2 months ago. I have a couple questions. One, what is the final and long-term cost of the fire and EMS agreement, including the additional $2.27 million obligation? What happens if the pledged cross-receipt tax revenue is insufficient? And who will provide the primary fire and EMS coverage to the portions of Edgewood outside Santa Fe County? Concerning the proposed police firing range, which they need and I support, where is the purchase price appraisal, environmental and noise impact for others? Construction cost insurance, the continue operating expenses and expenses. Has the town confirmed in writing that the proposed $100,000 funding source may legally be used for this purpose? Where can residents review the complete fund-by-fund 2000 fiscal year budget and fourth quarter financial report? What is the town's current unrestricted cash reserves and any funds operating at a deficiency? And what changed between the preliminary and final budgets? Will the commission approve the budget tonight, even though the detailed financial statements do not appear to be in the public packet? Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Wilkes?
Good evening. My name is Amanda Wilkes, and I live in the Riverview area of Edgewood. And I just wanted to kind of generally make a public comment about what is taking place with some of the planning and zoning processes in this community. And I think that it is important that the public is kind of made aware of that. Of course, there's a lot of, in the past few months, there's been a lot of subdivisions and developments coming into the Planning and Zoning Commission. And many of the public might see that in those applications, a lot of times the Technical Advisory Committee is referenced in that. And I'm sure that a lot in the audience would probably agree with me that when you read Technical Advisory Committee, it suggests a committee, a group of people, and you would assume that that's a specialized qualification or skill set that makes them qualified to, well, advise. So you would think you'd have somebody qualified on roads, legal, land use, water, certainly people with a deep understanding of state and local laws. But in the past few months, that has not been the case in regards to, like I said, generally the applications coming in. I was informed that the Technical Advisory Committee referred to a single individual, a former employee. Again, this is not anybody actively with the town, but a former employee who, in my opinion, was not qualified to be in that position in the first place. In short, the language Technical Advisory Committee does appear in the subdivision ordinance. For all intents and purposes, there's not really been a Technical Advisory Committee. I do think that it is deceptive language that the former employee wouldn't refer to himself as his title, but instead to give the illusion that there was some type of technical development and, like I said, group committee process taking place when there was not. And I do think that, so I've got somebody behind me that's gonna concede their time just so I can wrap up.
Just state your name.
Kay Wilkes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I do think that that's an important element for the public to be made aware of when you have one person reshaping their neighborhoods, making decisions about their future. And for the purpose of the last few months, it has been one single individual. So basically, that individual has created a situation where hypothetically, there could be applications that have received departmental approval that don't prove water, don't prove sewer, don't have to prove state compliant roads and driveways, et cetera. And I think in the larger question, you do have, just as we've already had public comments on tonight, there is a discussion being had in this community about what does the incorporated town's purpose and place in this community look like in the future. At the base of that, the question is being asked, does the town add value? Is it properly serving that community? So if the planning and zoning department and commission's only job is to be yes men for developers, then constituents would have to ask the question, like, would they be better off in a county setting where we do see that counties have been kind of had their act more together in terms of processes and protocols? You know, they have rules about going to Office of State Engineer for agency opinions before certain things can move forward. Again, I'm talking generally. There are certain things that qualify. You go to DOT before that subdivision is approved, not saying, well, we'll do whatever we want and then we'll hope it gets approval from those agencies later. So like I said, I do think that it is important for the public to be made aware of what's going on there. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I reply, please?
Go ahead.
The person she's referring to is no longer employed by the town of Edgewood. We have brought in a contractor, and we are cleaning things up in planning and zoning rapidly. And then the other thing is, and I'm going to stand up for the Planning and Zoning Commission here, they are not yes men to any single developer, I assure you. And if they were, I would be in front of you raising that concern.
And I do appreciate that. And like I said, I did mention that it was a former employee there.
Cool. Thank you. I really apologize. I can't read. Something German? German? What is your first name, ma'am? Sharon.
I'm pretty new to this area still. I consider myself new. I've been here over a year. I've been watching the meetings online as much as I can, and I've gone back and watched a lot of them. There has been, as everyone knows, major issues all over the place, but the loudest, angriest, most self-serving voices do not represent all of this community. I just want you to know that. I appreciate you, Mr. Murillo, for responding to the letter that I sent. You responded fairly quickly and acknowledged that I had sent it, and I appreciate that. I do see a lot of changes, and when I go back and I look at the past and see what's there, and then see the things that are happening here, I appreciate that you follow the rules of order as much as possible, way more than I've seen in a lot of places. And I see other people just trying to grandstand and do things that are just kind of like our society right now, pretty outrageous in some ways. And I appreciate the decorum so that we can actually accomplish something. Mr. Hamilton, I don't know how you do it. You've taken on a mess and you've done a great job. I appreciate that. So I'd like to see all of us back our community, not just self-serving interests. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to apologize. I'm a millennial, so I'm not great at reading cursive. I know AI, though, so. Is this you, Teresa? Yep. Oh, look at there. Okay, Linda Hawley, please.
Linda Hawley, Edgewood. I have a number of comments on various agenda items tonight. First, I want to address the appointment process for the District 5 Commission seat. I strongly believe if there is a candidate living in the district where the vacancy occurs, that candidate should be given priority consideration to be appointed. When the citizens of Edgewood voted to change the form of government to commission manager in 2021, they knew the town had to be divided into 5 commission districts. The candidates elected as town commissioners must live in the district that they represent. The same should be true for any appointments to fill a vacancy on the town commission. We no longer have at-large town representation. It is only proper that a vacancy in a district be filled by a candidate from that district. Otherwise, the residents of that area of town will not be served by someone familiar with the roads, issues, and concerns of that particular district. My next item is agenda item G3, the wage scale study performed by UNM to create a current wage scale for the town. I would like to know what the total cost of that project was. Next item, G4, the fourth quarter financial report. This should be included in the agenda packet so everyone, including the taxpayers, have an opportunity to review it. Why is it being kept secret? G5, the final budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. Same as above. This should be included in the agenda packet so all of us, including the taxpayers, have an opportunity to review it. Why is it being kept secret? Item H4, the proposed JPA financial implementation plan for fire and EMS. I'm sure you have all been made aware how important these services are to the community. Why is the presentation not in the agenda packet for everyone to study? Next, the closed session, number 3, the potential acquisition of the old First Choice Community Health Building. I hope each of you have toured that building. I was last in it 5 years ago, and it was deemed unusable, and that is why it was abandoned. So I hope you get a chance to look at it before you make any decisions. And finally, closed session, item number 4, the proposed water pipeline. Again, before any decisions are made, I suggest a public hearing be advertised and held at a time and day that working people can attend. Scheduling this notice of possible quorum at 4 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon does not scream transparency to me. At the very least, those presentations that were given should be posted on the town website. We need more information, not less. Thank you.
Yes, Jean.
Jean DeMarty, Edgewood. I heard that we don't want repetitive comments, so I was going to bring up the fact that there's no attachments to this. So it's very hard to make an intelligent comment on anything when you don't have anything to read or refer to. But I did look at the documentation that I did find on item number H, see, where was it? Where we're talking about the funding that we're asking for. And really, I don't see anything on here that is really anything that's going to help me as a constituent. For those of you who were not here for the 4 o'clock meeting, you missed a lecture by Commissioner Brennan telling us that we needed to drink water, and if we don't drink water, we're going to die. We
Point of
knew
order.
that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moreau.
our rules of decorum need to be upheld at all times, whether it's a community member, a staff member, or a
I
commissioner.
agree completely, but decorum was not shown to us. Thank you.
Okay. Jerry Powers.
Good evening. Kevin McCown's going to donate his time to me. I'm here tonight to, I live in Edgewood, by the way. I'm here tonight to clear up a recent confusing public comment regarding mandatory maintenance of public roads by the town of Edgewood. I'm on the board of the Sandiera Park Property Owners Association, which was a defendant in a lawsuit along with the town of Edgewood, who was also a defendant, in a lawsuit titled Berg et al. Versus the town of Edgewood and Sandiera Park Estates Property Owners Association. At a recent meeting, a member of the public said that based on the judge's decision, the judgment that the town of Edgewood would now have to maintain all roads which have been dedicated on a plat for public use, which is incorrect. I have the judge's decision here, and it reads, It's therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed by the court that the taxiways and roads in the airport are public and owned by the town, and the association is responsible for the maintenance of the taxiways and roads in the airport. This is standard practice whenever there's a subdivision, a new subdivision platted and an association formed, that they maintain the roads for a period of time, until and unless the town gets funding to be able to accept those roads for maintenance. Dedication on a plat for public use is not acceptance for maintenance. They're two different steps. In order to be obligated to maintain the roads, the town of Edgewood would have to go through the process of voting on a resolution to accept maintenance. That's been standard practice since you've all done it. The law in New Mexico is clear. There are two different steps. And during my tenure on the commission, we did vote by resolution to adopt maintenance on certain public roads as the budget allowed. This would apply to all roads in Edgewood that have been declared to be public on a plat but not yet accepted by maintenance by a vote of the commission. And the reason for this, the reason the law is the way it is it gives the commission flexibility to accept maintenance on roads as revenues increase without breaking the budget. So our association was gratified that the judge upheld the public dedication on the roads, which was noted on the plat clearly in 1987, as filed in the county and accepted by the county. Those roads have been in public use for 39 years and maintained by the association as stated on the plat and required. The original developer of the airpark dedicated these roads to provide medical emergency airlift access, serves many businesses within the airpark, and also provide the public with access to the only public access airport in Edgewood. So it makes sense that they were dedicated to the public, but there was also noted on the plat that they had to be maintained by the association. So I wanted to clear that up. If for any reason the town believed that they had to suddenly maintain all of the public roads that were dedicated on a plat, it would break the budget. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Hamil.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Manager. Caroli Grano is donating her time to me. So just wanted to thank you for the workshop earlier. Priority has been placed for quite a long time on water quality, which of course also includes sustainability. The commission passed a resolution in 2022 on this, and we've heard for a long time from the community that water issues and limitations have been a problem and a concern and a priority. And so thank you for bringing this option forward and the long-term thinking, because it is a solution for the town of Edgewood that could be viable. Secondly, I wanted to mention also that, with the light industrial manufacturing has been a focus as well of the town across multiple administrations, the Bassett administration included, and there was a lot of work done to really take a look at what kind of employers, manufacturing, light industrial, that could be a good fit for the town of Edgewood. And I really appreciate the opportunity that was brought forward tonight in the workshop with the piping company. Flock, that's my next topic. I do not agree with our town participating in the slippery slope of the surveillance state. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Fourth, separating the clerk treasurer position. This is something that, it could go either way. The commission has gone back and forth for quite some time on this. And it really just depends on the qualifications of the candidate. Under the Bassett administration, people were kind of upset that Juan Torres, was getting paid more, but he filled both roles, and I was in favor of that. But sometimes, they are two very different skill sets for certain people at times. So there's the compliance side, and then there's the governmental accounting side, which not a lot of people have both. And fifth, for the presentation on the JPA and fire calculation and the Excel and the PowerPoint and all of that, I just want to add that the town absolutely must ensure, as part of that process, that the transfer in for TRD is part of the checky box on your process, right? Because TRD is a black box. We don't know. The reports could be wrong. Maybe the transfer never came in. Maybe, so it just needs to be part of what hit the bank is what the calculation should be on. I'm also in favor of making good use of taxpayer buildings, and the old First Choice building is 8,000 square feet for the community. So if that is a viable option to do something with the county jointly, they receive, I've heard, all the way up to $14 million a year. I don't know, maybe it's closer to $10 million a year from Edgewood, but it's important to make use of those taxpayer dollars and maybe collaborate with the county in rehabbing that building and making good use of it for the community. Same thing, of course, with MESD with the South building. And then lastly, just wanted to say on behalf of Edgewood Connected, we had a great event last weekend, Friday and Saturday, the Roll in Route 66 event at Rich Ford. And we greatly, greatly appreciate the local funding opportunity through Lodgers Tax and the local Lodgers Tax Board, so we can have and promote local events and have local volunteers doing good things for the community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on up. Oh, we got two.
Sorry, I didn't get the sign-up sheet.
You're fine.
Cheryl Huppert's, Edgewood. The water presentation was very interesting. Sounds good. I do think it was not a good idea to have that at 4 o'clock, though, because a lot of people showed up here at 6. The public really needs to hear that. This is a big, big thing for Edgewood. And I think when you have these kind of things, you really just need to do it at 6 so people are off work and can come, even if or have a separate night. I just don't think that was good timing today, what you did. I know that the town doesn't have the money to buy these water rights based on our budget. I'm assuming we have to get money from USDA or somewhere. I am concerned that we have issues that we're not solving, the audit. And, I was all in favor of the abortion ordinance, but I feel like it's not working for us. And I'm personally against abortion, but I feel like the ordinance is hurting our town, and it's not enforceable. It's against state law. If it was able to merely make a difference, it'd be worth it, but I think that you need to reconsider reversing that. And that would probably help us in getting funding for this water project and other things that we need. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for squeezing me in. I signed the wrong sheet. I'm actually going to piggyback on what Cheryl was talking about, which is essentially the grant monies that Edgewood has not received since the abortion ordinance went into effect. I went through and worked with Christine on getting some of the grant monies that were issued to the town over the past 4 or 5 years, and I can tell you basically from 2019 to 2023, this town received $2,251,000 in grant money. Quite a lot of money. Where it all went, I don't know, because the projects that are listed on the grant sheet weren't completed. Anything from Church Street to Echo Ridge to spending $675,000 on the pedestrian bridge at Venus Park. So let's move forward to the abortion issue, which the abortion ordinance went into effect April 28th, 2023. And since that time, the town of Edgewood has received, and this is closed grants only, this is from the state, and I know all this information was sent to you guys. We received $195,000 in grant money from 2024, 2025, 2026. Now, it's important to note that I did not include the wastewater monies in that because that looked to me like it was running properly, like it should have. So my question to you again, guys, is where did this money go? We spent we got grant money, $485,000 for Echo Ridge. Hasn't been done. We spent $675,000 on Venus Park Bridge, waste of money. What happened to the Route 66 bypass and 344 widening? $615,000. $615,000. Where did that money go? And then there's Church Street, $565,000. Where did that money go when those projects were not completed? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number D, consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Rio.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the amendment on the June 23rd, 2026 regular commission meeting. It neglected to include the appointment of Commissioner Brennan as pro tem and my stepping down from that role as pro tem.
Okay, I don't think you need the amendment, so approval of consent agenda with the removal of item 1C is what I hear.
Just the amendment to 1C to add that information.
I believe what he's saying is to approve the agenda with the amendment to the minutes for 23 June to include the motion and vote on the mayor pro tem.
Second.
Have a second discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, advisory board minutes, meeting minutes, item number 2, D.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the advisory board meeting minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any more discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item D3, department reports.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the department reports.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Okay. Item E, matters from Commissioner. Start with Commissioner Murillo.
Yeah, so thank you for everyone coming out. I think we had a great meeting earlier today, talking about water, that's probably the first thing I've heard since I was a child, that Edgewood water needs to be improved, and we bring an opportunity to the town of Edgewood to start discussing that and getting people's input, so I think that was a very transparent thing to do and a good thing for the town of Edgewood. So I want to talk about the future of Edgewood. Is it worth fighting for? I want to talk about something bigger than politics, bigger than a budget, bigger than a disagreement. I want to talk about the future of Edgewood, because at the end of the day, this discussion is not about whether Edgewood has challenges. We all know that it does. The real question is this: when we see challenges, do we walk away from what we've built, or do we roll up our sleeves and make it better? I believe we make it better. I believe we keep moving forward, and I believe Edgewood is worth fighting for. When I first took office, I knew there was problems that needed attention. I didn't run for office because I thought everything was perfect. I ran because I saw opportunities to improve our town. Since then, we have spent countless hours identifying issues, increasing accountability, improving oversight, and putting systems into place that should have been there all along. What some people see as problems being exposed, I actually see them as progress being made. You cannot fix what you refuse to acknowledge. And for the first time in a long time, we are identifying problems, creating solutions, and building a path forward. The work isn't finished, but we are moving in the right direction. We're getting ready to finally tackle roads. One of the biggest concerns I hear from residents is roads. and that's understandable. Everyone drives on them. Everyone uses them and sees where the improvement is needed on the roads. But roads are not built with good intentions. Roads require people. Roads require equipment. Roads require planning and funding. And for years, Edgewood has lacked some of these capacities needed to aggressively pursue those improvements. But today we're changing. We have worked to acquire equipment. We have worked to build the internal capability needed to fully begin addressing longstanding infrastructural needs. We're finally reaching a part where we can move beyond just talking about road improvements and making road improvements happen. After years of effort, we're starting to build the foundation necessary to improve our roads and infrastructure. Why would we walk away from that progress now? Because if Edgewood disincorporates, our roads don't magically improve. The potholes don't disappear, the maintenance needs don't disappear, the challenges do not disappear. The only thing that changes is who decides when Edgewood gets attention. And I believe Edgewood deserves to have its own voice fighting for Edgewood priorities. Local control matters. At the heart of this debate is local control. Right now, decisions affecting Edgewood are made right here in Edgewood. When residents have concerns, they can attend meetings, they can speak with commissioners, and they can hold their elected officials accountable. That's how local government is supposed to work. But if disincorporation occurs, many of these decisions move further away. And history tells us something very simple. Nobody will fight harder for Edgewood than the people who live here in Edgewood. Nobody understands our community better than the people who raise their families here, own businesses here, and call this place home. Local control matters because our local voices matter. Who protects Edgewood's future? Let's talk about that for a moment. Thinking about the various developments that we could think of in the past couple of years. I know that this commission stood up and denied an application that got us into a lawsuit with the federal government, at federal court and the state court for Campbell Ranch. We're the ones who stood in the gap because we heard the town. We love this town. We live in this town. We're a part of this town. And just to clarify, because some of you may have not been here, there's been accusations that I've annexed Campbell Ranch into the town of Edgewood. That happened in December 2001. I was a freshman playing basketball at Weirdy High School, so I have no interest or financial interest in Campbell Ranch, just to be clear, for a second time. Talking about public safety. Public safety is not something that we should just guess about. Public safety is one of the most important responsibilities of government. Today, Edgewood has a police department dedicated to serving this community. Our officers know our neighborhoods, they know our businesses, they know our schools, they know our people. They go and do turkey drives, they go and do school drives for our kids to have supplies for school. They get to know who our community members are. The department currently has approximately 21 positions scheduled, dedicated to protecting this community. If disincorporation happens, many assume Santa Fe will just simply take over those responsibilities. I remember a time when there was only one officer down here. It made it much easier for me to get away with stuff when I was 15. But Santa Fe County will simply take over those responsibilities. Maybe they will, maybe they can, but assumptions are not not plans. What will their response times be? How many officers will be assigned to Edgewood? How much coverage will be available? What happens when county resources are stretched across a much larger geographical area? 1 or 2 officers running between Edgewood and Stanley. That's a pretty big area for a couple guys. And people should remember something else. Edgewood Police Department doesn't just receive support from surrounding law enforcement agencies. Edgewood provides support to other agencies. They partner in the regional public safety efforts and have assisted in neighboring agencies when needed. Before we eliminate local law enforcement, residents deserve a specific answer, not assumptions. Finally, what happens to our no-kill animal shelter? Another question that deserves attention is our no-kill animal shelter. The shelter reflects the values of this community. This represents years of hard work and commitment from people who care about animals and animal welfare. If Edgewood disincorporates, what happens to that shelter? Who operates it? Who funds it? Who takes responsibility for the animals? What happens to animal control services? I remember there was a time where we had to wait weeks to get an animal control officer down here to go deal with something. Will their response times increase? Will services change? Will the no-kill model remain in place? These are not small questions, and they deserve answers. We have built too much to walk away now. For 25 years, the people of Edgewood have built something special. We built roads, we built parks, we built infrastructure, we built a wastewater system, we built a police department, we built a no-kill animal shelter, we built local services, and most importantly, we built a community. And like any community that has, like any other community, we've had successes and setbacks, but challenges are not a reason to quit. Challenges are no reason to work. Challenges are a reason to work harder. Challenges are a reason to improve. Challenges are a reason to lead. So the choice before us isn't whether the problem exists, they do. The choice is whether we solve these problems ourselves or hand those responsibilities to someone else. I believe Edgewood is worth improving, I believe Edgewood is worth protecting, and I believe Edgewood is worth investing in. And I believe the future of Edgewood should be decided by the people of Edgewood. We've made progress, we have identified problems, we've begun implementing solutions. Let's not abandon that work. Let's finish it. Let's keep building. Let's keep improving. And let's keep Edgewood's future in the hands of the people who call it home. And thank you for your time, and God bless Edgewood. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Milligan.
I'll pass for this evening.
Commissioner Brennan.
I'd like to once again thank everybody that came out for the workshop. The water situation in this town is an important situation that needs to be addressed, and it's something that townspeople have been asking for, for many, many years, not just since this commission has been here. Another thing that wasn't mentioned, and this is not saying that's something I want to do, but I'm just saying a lot of people in this town want a public swimming pool. Well, a public swimming pool is a non-starter with the water that we have. This water does make it a possibility. The other thing is the cost of a swimming pool. So that's something the town's got to deal with later on down the road. But I'm just saying, these are some of the things that getting this water into this town is going to help us with. So I hope everybody pays close attention and asks questions as we move forward with the acquisition of this water and getting it in here, including all the jobs that are going to be coming through here with the implementation of the pipe building plant, and also all the jobs that's going to be for the crews that are going to be laying the pipe to begin with. All right, once again, all those people working, being in Edgewood, they're going to be spending money. And where they're going to be spending money, they're going to be spending money in Edgewood. And that will also make Edgewood look more appealing to other businesses. People, I've been talking to some people that say, we need a lumber store that's open 24/7, or not 24/7, but I mean all 7 days out of the week, that they can go ahead and get the materials. Rax is a great place, but Rax is designed for contractors, not the average everyday homeowner. We will now become a viable place for some place like, a business like Home Depot or Lowe's. But once again, bringing more GRT. Another thing, it's going to keep people from needing to travel through that canyon to get into Albuquerque. And everybody knows the traffic going into Albuquerque, it's hit or miss. And it seems like every week there's a major accident somewhere going through the canyon. Over the years that I've lived here, I've seen, reports of many people being, dying. Was it 2 years ago? One of our high school students basically got caught underneath a semi-truck in that pass. So bringing these businesses out here is going to help Edgewood. And it's going to start bringing in the money that Edgewood needs to get the nice things that everybody says they want. Speaking of nice things, I want to thank our road department for the fantastic job they've done on Nugent and V Hill. I've driven down the roads, and every time they do one, they're getting better and better. All right, and I don't know if anybody wants to know what I'm talking about. They just finished the chip sealing for these two roads, and just this past Monday they did the fog sealing, which makes the road, that gives it that nice black color that everybody likes to see, and it makes makes the chip seal last a lot longer. I urge everybody that want to see the quality of the work that our road department does, drive down those roads and see for yourself. This is the work we want to do to all the roads in Edgewood. Of course, we can't do all of these overnight. Nugent alone, that was 1 mile, 1 mile stretch. If we were to
used standard asphalt paving for that, it would have been close to $1.4 million to do that road. And Josh, you back there? What was the cost of Nugent? $72,000 to get Nugent done. We can do that for all the roads. It's just going to take time as we get to each roads, and our road department crew, they get better and better. They get faster and more efficient. So once again, Josh, thank you and your crew for the fantastic job you did. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of points. I'll be very quick and brief. First off, happy 8-year anniversary to my wife. Sorry that I'm here tonight, but here we are. Thank you. To touch on what Commissioner Murillo said, I kind of touched on it 4 weeks ago. I don't believe surrendering this down is the right option. Representation is best held close to home. And I'm going to touch a little bit on my professional life outside of, obviously, I'm young. I got to work for a living still, sadly, for like 40 more years. I work for a general contractor. I do pre-construction, senior PM stuff all across the board. So I deal with planning and zoning on a daily basis. I deal with CID. I deal with the different Village of Los Lunas, Las Cruces, Santa Fe, Los Alamos, basically statewide. And just one thing about that I don't, it's not a benefit, and I want people to also understand, because everybody keeps seeing like these flyers of this is what happens. Well, the caveat to that, the double-edged sword, is planning and zoning in Santa Fe. Those planning and zoning resolutions, ordinance, laws, requirements, everything is centralized around Santa Fe. You have different soils reports, you have different densities, you have different everything, elevation requirements, color requirements, everything. We are completely different 55 miles to the south. It's more strict, yes, it takes longer. It's going to delay the development of the town, which delays the money, which delays the new town hall. We're in a capitalistic market, and it just delays the flow of GRT taxes and money. And the flip side of that is given the process to go to CID 50 miles to the north and deal with the planning and zoning, to deal with CID, that is a burden on the individual who wants to build a 200 square foot shed in their backyard and have standard 10 metal roofing, and they don't necessarily have a color ordinance that they have to follow for the elevations, but now all of a sudden, because we're represented by Santa Fe County, now they have to go up there and get approval, and even though you want forest green on your shed, they go, no, that's not an approved color per our shop submittals, and you have to do tan. Just something like that. So the individual who doesn't want to drive 50 miles and deal with that bureaucracy and the red tape is just going to go, hey, I'm just going to build this myself, and now you have code compliance issues. And so then it leads to faulty construction issues, non-inspections, things like that. So it's a double-edged sword. And so that's why I believe the water is a huge stepping stone to this town. We do not have the infrastructure in place right now to implement an entire public works department, but we shortly can. In 5 to 10 years, we can take the revenue stream of this water and selling it to local municipalities and maybe even EPCOR, having holding tanks and whatnot, and taking that revenue stream and investing it into our own town to build up a public works department where we put the infrastructure in place, where we begin having a master plan of where we're going to put the main water lines and how they step down in sizings to maintain pressure, how we're going to have the approvals for water meters, how the billing's going to work, how the employee structure is going to work, how the entire department's going to work. All that takes time, and none of it is going to happen now. And I thank everybody for showing up, because part of this checks and balance systems with this water deal is you, the people, also checking and balancing the individuals that came up here and doing their deep dive. All of us here are technically part-time, and I know I work for a living, so my time is very limited. I don't know about the other 3 right now. But I ask the people to assist in doing the due diligence required to make sure this is finding the micro details. I think overall it is a huge step for the town, but concerns of individual or a company or something like that, we also are going to rely on you to bring those to light. But that's just part of the deal. at the end of the day, overall, it should be everybody's goal to improve this town by bringing this water and by taking the necessary steps of doing the due diligence on our part, staff's part, and your guys' part is going to help. And then the last thing is I just want to remind everyone that this chair has no more power than anybody else. It is just a title. It is, I am the referee now of these four walls. I do nothing, I have nothing, I just play referee. And so I request that all rules apply to everybody within these four walls and professionalism. If you're going to call an individual out specifically on the commission, please just address the commission as a whole. Don't individually name people out, please. And I also ask the commissioners, do not call individuals out in the public, and please maintain temper. And so with that, we can continue. Item F, reports. Deputy Clerk.
Mr. Chair, Commission, I'm going to shine some brightness on the town of Edgewood. So I'm going to share a post that I saw on Facebook. It pertains to our maintenance and road department. Am I not talking? Sorry.
I'll bring it down.
Sorry, I'm short.
And closer.
Okay.
You can do it.
So I'm going to shed some light on the town of Edgewood. I'm going to share a post that one of our constituents posted on the East Mountain 411, and it pertains to the maintenance and the road department. Shout out to the town of Edgewood. Sunday evening, some of my calves got out on Frost Road to get some delicious buffalo gourd. One of my neighbors alerted me, and he got me alerted me and got them back into the pasture. And then he and I repaired some fence that was damaged. When I got home, I sent an email to the town road department and the town manager asking for Frost Road to be mowed between Broken Arrow and Horton Road to minimize the chance of a cow getting hit. I also mentioned that there was no livestock warning signs on the Frost Road in Santa Fe County and Frost Road. There is more livestock on Frost Road as more livestock than NM 344. Monday morning, I had an email that they were mowing all of Frost Road and placing some signs on order. I really appreciate the town leadership understanding the risk and made this a priority. This is one of the positive aspects of having the town services in the area to respond so quickly. Thanks a bunch. So I wanted to thank the road department and the maintenance for coordinating and working together to help out this one of our citizens.
Thank you. Is that all for you? Just kidding.
That's all I have. I stand
Okay.
for any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
No, thank you for that.
Yeah, good job, Josh. Item F2, Treasurer Finance Manager.
So I might point out, I drug her here tonight. She's not overly excited about this, so please be patient.
Good evening. I'm Amber Sanchez. I'm the finance manager. Do you want me to go over the resolution things or just give an update?
If there's anything about finance right now that you want to say, I'm going to say something about credit cards and things here in a bit, so don't go there. So yeah, please tell us about finance, just don't say anything.
And like we
I'm just kidding, Amber. I'm just kidding.
I am nervous already.
No, about, I think what would be appropriate is that a little bit about what you're doing, how you're organizing, what we're looking at job description, everything that's kind of going on right now.
Okay. So just to kind of recap and let everybody know, so I first began May 4th as the CPO and transitioned into the finance manager. I know there's maybe some questions like about my past experience. I'll just let you know. I came from the state of New Mexico from our General Services State Purchasing Division, so I have 8 years of procurement experience. And prior to that, I was in the finance sector under corporate for about 16 years, and I've managed for about 13 of the 16 years. So I have a large finance background and procurement background, so I became the finance manager, and upon doing so, I've uncovered quite a few issues that we're resolving within the finance department. We're aware of, with being short-staffed and the turnover, there's just been a lot of issues, and what I'm trying to do is address the immediate issues we have and put policies and procedures into place so there's continuity of business going forward and that we can resolve some of the issues that we're finding.
Good job. And I'm going to explain some of those issues here in a bit.
Okay, I was about to say last week.
Mr. Chair, I just have a comment for you, Amber. Anybody that's come here and is worth their salt here starts out in this position kind of drinking from a fire hose, and she has done just that. She's amazing to work with. She, Kat from our PD, our lieutenant, have kind of salvaged our DOJ grant, which was kind of in trouble. And so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But she's going to be a great asset, so I hope you stick with it.
Thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work. Town Manager Hamilton's been keeping me apprised of all the things you've been finding, all the things you've been fixing, and the processes and the structure, and that was the ultimate goal, was to start getting the SOPs squared away and getting those processes worked out so that hopefully you stay with us for a long time, but so that people don't come in and have to re-guess and do things the wrong way for a while. So I appreciate your experience and knowledge in helping us get organized and fixing.
It's been a challenge, but I'm up for it, and I stick around with jobs for a long time, so it's definitely a work in progress, and we're looking to make a lot of positive changes in our department.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Brennan, sorry. Brain fart.
I know, he's named.
I wanted to say Ken, so.
Sorry, I did think of something. So where we are as far as like with the budget, the interim has been submitted. It was due by June 30th. And the final budget has to be submitted by July 31st. So part of why I'm here is to request some resolutions for the final budget. And we'll go into more detail when we get to that part, but we are on track for submitting the budget in time, and there are not any foreseen issues with submitting the final budget, and we have the approval letter for the interim, which is, so I'll just say I wasn't aware I had to get the documents with the packet, so that is my fault. I didn't provide that information, but the commissioners have it, so does Kelly, so.
And one of the things, you were still putting it together
I
when
was,
the packet was
down
put
to
together,
today, I
so
was
it's
pulling
not a problem.
reports. So I don't know how that works if we post it after, but that information is available.
Still have the floor.
Now, I just want to thank you for your positive attitude that you brought to the table on this, and your willingness to talk to everybody and actually sit down and explain things to where even a person who's not a finance person can understand, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I basically just want to say, or second all of that of Chief Frost, Commissioner Murillo, Commissioner Brennan. Sorry, my chair is acting up. You lose weight. Yeah, just meeting last week between us four and going over, and then just so you guys are all aware, she's also working on the financial report for the second meeting of the month. So we should have that for the next meeting. We did not forget about that, and we discussed that Thursday or Friday of last week. So thanks again for everything you're doing so far.
Good job.
Thank you.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. You're good.
Chief Frost.
Mr. Chair, Commission Chair, thank you. Commissioner Murillo, thank you for your words. You've supported us quite a bit in my tenure over there, and I know you see a lot of what we do, so thank you for your words. And we do strive hard every day to be the best and most professional police department that we can be for the community. With that, too, I don't have a lot of new business. Sergeant Byrd wanted me to go ahead and give a reminder of the back-to-school drive that we're doing. So the donations can still be done through this Friday. So any community members, business members that want to donate, we still have a few gift cards, and I think we're going to pick up a few checks that we can actually go shopping for some of those. Some of the items that Sergeant Byrd wanted me to pass along, I believe were, find my notes here. So I guess we still need Kleenex and wipes. I think those would be hand wipes or maybe the germ wipes, perhaps. The 3-ring binders, scissors, and line paper. And the donations will stop, I guess, into business Friday, and then this will start Monday, the 20th, through the 24th, or as long as supplies last. So in the past, I think they went in the first day, and we actually went out and bought a second round, so they go quickly. So, and we're encouraging, bring the kids. They may, they may have those lists about what they need for whichever class, so bring that. And then secondly, I do want to say thank you to our town manager for when our WEX cards at the PD were suspended. He stepped up, gave us his personal credit card, so we were able to stay in operation for that weekend. So thank you very much for that. And in my 20 years as a police officer, all the way down through Ruidoso, you're by hands down the best manager I've ever worked with. So I appreciate everything you're doing for us.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. I assume you're gonna, I'll let you do it, Town Manager.
I have a rather lengthy report, but I'm going to work through it pretty quickly. I'm going to try to. The Chief of Police just mentioned the WEX card issue, and so I want to make available to all the residents and the commission a copy of the receipts and everything and how much is owed back to me by the police department. So just please come up here and have a look at it, just because I don't ever want there to be a, what was this thing to the town manager for? So I want to put that out to the public right there. You've met Amber, our new finance director, and here's something about Amber that you may have figured out, but I'm going to tell you anyway. You never want her looking into anything, because she is about halfway forensic scientist and investigator all in one. And once we had the WEX card issue, her and I talked about the use of our credit cards and that sort of thing, and she dug into it. And what she found was kind of scary. I don't like telling you all this, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. The town currently has 6 Signify Business Essential credit cards through Wells Fargo. They are names of former employers that have not been here for a long time and have credit limits from $1,500 to $6,000. And I'm going to make it very clear that there is no way the 4 of you and the previous commissioner could have known any of that at all, and what I'm about to tell you, because this is the nitty-gritty that Amber digs into. The first problem is that they're business cards, and we are not a small business. So Amber's looking into how we're getting rid of these, and we're going to a procurement process, a government procurement process. So the problem's going to be solved, but here's the real issue. The balances are $1,455.53, $1,996, $1,197.22, $43.99, $7,798, and that's over the limit by about $1,800. And then we come across a credit card that has a balance of $21,950.93, yet these other 5 credit cards are in the rear. So that has to make you wonder what's happening and how our processes are kind of failing us, and why we have Amber on board to solve them. And I want to show this to the public at any time, so I brought it along. It's an envelope she found labeled Library Petty Cash and Finance, and in it there is a receipt to Wells Fargo that you would detach and pay your credit card, or should be detached and paid every one of these credit cards individually, but that's not what we were doing. And I want to leave this here so everybody can see it. Our process was to take white out, and white out some of the information. It's in a former town manager's name, which we should have never been doing. And then we just apparently pay a lump sum to this one credit card, which gives us a balance of $22,000, while the rest of them are in arrears. And so that's not the way we can do business, and we're going to continue to do business. And again, this is nothing that you 4 or 5 commissioners with Commissioner Beard could have ever known. But this is the kind of crap that we can't keep doing and we're not going to do. And that's why I'm going to recommend to you in a moment that we separate the treasurer's position and the clerk's position and make them 2 separate entities and keep digging deeper till we get all of this cleaned up and cleared up. And I'm going to make the recommendation to you that the forensic anthropologist, archaeologist, whatever she is back there, forensic finance manager, become your treasurer. And you make that position your treasurer, and then we hire for a clerk, and I'll tell you how I propose doing that in a minute without adding any positions at all. So we're working with Wells Fargo to straighten that out. These credit cards are going away, and in fact, I think they've been canceled. But we have reoccurring charges on these credit cards. We don't know what they are to. We have no idea. And there's nothing been passed from administration to administration. And again, this is not you guys' problem. This is our problem. This is management's problem. This is finance's problem. You wouldn't have known any of this, but our practice has been, and I'm kind of on a soapbox here, and I'll get off it pretty quick, but our practice has been with these 5 or 6 cards, if Chief Frost has one of them in his name, and he runs a pretty tight card on his because he doesn't loan it out. He's a cop.
I never see it.
He never sees it. But if we're overdrawn on another card, then that person has been told, in the past, has been told to go to Chief Frost and see if they can use his card to buy something totally unrelated to the police department. And we're not going to operate that way. We can't. And I don't think the public appreciates us operating that way. I don't know. But I just can't imagine they do. So again, you guys would have never known this, but this is kind of the nitty-gritty work that your current finance manager is doing. We're getting corrected, and as she mentioned, we're putting policies and procedures in place so this crap doesn't happen again, and I apologize for the language. But I'm pretty emotional about this, because when it comes to we're not paying our bills and we're using whiteout and the town manager's having to donate a credit card to keep the police department operational for 3 days, that's not good business for a town, and we're not going to continue that. So anyway, that's that. Commissioner, you asked for Commission Chair, you asked for a report on credit cards, so there you go. The other thing I'm going to ask, and the rest of these I'll move through pretty quickly, it's not appropriate for any resident to dump their trash in the back dumpster of Town Hall. That's for Town Hall. Don't do that, please, whoever's doing that. And then I also need the public's health again. It used to be Venus Park and motorcycles on it when we were reseeding it. Now, somebody has just done a significant amount of graffiti to Bassett Park. And our maintenance has cost extra money, and our maintenance people have to take the time and clean it up. Please don't do that. We're working on a new organizational chart, and all the changes I'm going to propose to you tonight in PDQs, we are not adding any new positions whatsoever. We're reclassifying and repurposing provisions. And I'll talk to you more about the separation of the clerk treasurer. And I'm going to talk to you about the clerk treasurer. I'm going to talk to you about a wastewater operator and training position. And then I'm also doing a work study of a couple departments to see if the amount of people in those departments is really necessary, or possibly we can transfer around where we might need them more. We recently received a local road fund cooperative agreement for $100,000. That's a 75-25 split. And that's going to give us the start of money for Quail and Church Street to potentially be chip sealed this summer. And we're looking at a $500,000 grant. And Mary, if you're back there, I think I know where the $500,000 is, and I think I can show it to you. And I think that'll be enough to knock out Church Street and Quail if we move rapidly with chip seal this summer. And so I'm going to be asking you to sign a resolution here in a bit on that. On our Section 16 lease proposal, and that's a business lease proposal for, I have proposed to the State Land Office that everything we have in Section 16, including Venus Park, and I'm going to share this in closed session, but there's no reason not to tell you now. the land underneath the old Community First building. I'm gonna try and grab that lease as well. And that building, the State Land Office has told me under no significant, absolutely not, you cannot have it. Santa Fe County has to tear it down. So, and we can talk about that more, but there's really nothing more to talk about. We're working, continue to work on a $900,000 EPA Clean Water Initiative grant that the EPA just wants us to get it, give it to us, and wants a work plan. We're trying to get that work plan done. And then on the July 28th commission meeting, I'd like to do, and the Planning and Zoning Commission would like to do a joint meeting and notice of quorum before the regular meeting, so we can kind of, so the Planning and Zoning Commission and you all can kind of coordinate with each other a little bit and maybe talk about some Robert's rules and how we're consistent between the two commission. The UNM study, Commissioner Hawley, if you're still back there somewhere, it was either $5,000 or $7,000. I will look it up and get you the exact figure, but it was one of those two figures, okay? I remember that bill specifically. And finally, the other thing I'm just going to leave you with is we have a opening balance today in our general fund of $6,286,678.09, and in our impact fees of $190,473.07. And I just think I should report that to you once in a while, or at least at every meeting, so you can kind of monitor how we're doing. Is it going up? Is it going down? Where are we at? And our JPA fund is at a zero balance until we calculate this month's O's, now that the 500 and the 80 are out. And Amber will calculate that, and then we will transfer money from general fund specifically into the JPA fund, and then so we can check that box and see it coming into the JPA fund, and then see it headed out of the JPA fund as an ACH transfer to Santa Fe County. And that's all I have on my report tonight. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Town
Mr.
Manager.
Chair.
Commissioner Murillo?
Mr. Town Manager?
Yes.
So how much was the EPA grant for?
$900,000.
900,000?
Uh-huh.
And they're wanting us to take that?
They are. They're begging us to take it.
So we have to apply for it?
Yes, we're actively applying and creating our work plan. And some of that will be used, it can be used for Clean Water Initiative to study, propose, and I think if we do it right, it will work very nicely to help engineer transmission lines and that sort of thing through town and through our area if we need to.
And Mr. Chair, off the top of your head, have we applied to any other grants this year? Or is this the only one?
I'd have to go back and look and see. I don't believe we have, actually. We're working very hard because there's money owed to us on Venus Park, about $500,000 that we have not we have not gotten it back. And DFA was gracious enough to give us an opportunity to provide the documentation from EnviroWorks and Dennis Engineering, and both of those firms have been working with us very hard to get us the proper documentation that we can get to DFA, and through our agent, fiscal agent, Mr. Cog, and retrieve that money back, which would go into the general fund.
Well, I appreciate you, all the hard work and everything you've been working on, and
I'm scared not to with Amber behind me.
I think it's important, right, that we can't get grant money if we don't apply for grant money.
100%.
And so if we're not applying for those things, obviously it's not going to show
100%.
compared to other municipalities. So I think the simple fact that we're going to start going after these kinds of things, start applying to these different things, because I know there's been a lack in previous administrations in being able to apply for things. I know that you brought on a great grants person who's enthusiastic, energetic.
And way smarter than I am at this.
Makes coffee nervous, is very energetic, so I appreciate that.
And he and I meet daily and go over the grants, actually.
Awesome, thank you. I don't think we've been looking at grants as seriously as we should have been. Thank you, that's all I have.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Brennan?
Manager Hamilton, when you said the credit card balance of $22,000, when I first heard it, it sounded like the balances on that card is something that we owe. When you said it the second time, the way you said it, then I realized that $22,000 is a credit.
It is, Commissioner, because we pay off one receipt every month, it appears, that's associated directly with that one credit card. So our credit cards have not been paid they've been paid to the one credit card that has a $22,000 credit. You're absolutely correct.
Are we looking into getting that credit moved over to the cards that have past due balances on it? They
So
can
I'm
pay?
scared to go there. The finance manager's going to answer that. The answer is yes, but
Yes, so I've been working with Wells Fargo, so I had all the cards closed. They're effective today, they're all closed, and to let you know as far, I hadn't got a chance to contact PD, but Jimenez's card is deactivated, it cannot be used. You have just your card. So all cards from employees that have departed from the town are canceled effective today. What that did is it left us with 2 cards. So the card that had a surplus credit on it, what they're doing is cutting a cashier's check and mailing it to us so that we can apply the funds correctly. We're in the process of working with Wells Fargo to implement changing our bank structure from a small business type of model into a government entity type of model, which will give us access to the procurement cards. So the P card model, what that does is it would give us a credit card essentially for each department instead of it being assigned to an individual name. The names will go away eventually. Callie's and Chief Ross cards will eventually be canceled as well once we get the P card program implemented. And then each department will receive a credit card that they can utilize. There's like a minimum of 12 cards we have to issue. So with that being said, we'll have one for emergencies. That way we don't run into any issues with fuel. As well as we have some departments that work after hours when finance is not available. I know roads has run into issues where they have to use funds during the weekend. They've had to put money on their personal cards and then get reimbursed for it. So stuff like that will be eliminated when we move to the P card program. So to answer your question, that those cards have been canceled. The credit is being mailed to us in the form of a cashier's check. That will be entered back into the general fund and then paid off. All the other cards, they canceled after the difference, so they all had balances. So they cleared the balances, closed the cards, gave us the remaining balance in a cashier's check. I forgot what else I was gonna say.
And you were probably going to tell them, Amber, that the town manager had all those credit cards on his personal account over the weekend by
yeah.
mistake.
There was
By Wells Fargo mistake.
Yeah, so Wells Fargo messed
I
up.
was not happy at all.
Callie has a personal Wells Fargo account, and they ended up mixing his personal and the town of Edgewood, and it affected his credit and everything because it was a big disaster. So we fixed that immediately. That was a big mess.
Do you have documentation to prove you're good now?
What's that?
Do you have documentation to prove you're good now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, sir. I would just, that's why I'm kind of passionate about finances right now, and I apologize, but it's kind of a little
Yeah,
edgy.
it's affected him in a personal way as well. So I forgot what else I was going to say about the credit cards, but that's where we are with that.
And I would invite the public to come up and look at how our past accounting practices where we use whiteout on a credit card bill. It's right up here.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan.
when was the last transactions done? Are these like linked to certain people that were like?
Yeah, me.
doing it?
And how I became aware of it, Commissioner, is I received a $2,200 decline. My credit card has been declined, and I about passed out, and I went into my Wells Fargo personal account, and there's all the town of Edgewood credit cards in my personal account. But to answer your previous question, they were assigned to Michelle Jones, Chief Jimenez, former town manager, yeah, Nina.
And when were these cards last used? Is there like malfeasance?
Oh, we use them
taking
all the
place?
time, sir.
Like recently?
Oh, absolutely. We don't now,
Yeah.
but we did.
And I guess obviously you're gonna be looking into it, Mr. Frost?
Well, Commissioner, I don't know,
Because 20 grand's quite a bit to rack up, you know.
well, there's a trail there, but there's also this mismanagement of cards, mismanagement of cards here from, I mean, if there's something criminal to it, then absolutely we'll look into it. But I think we've had Jimenez's card where, hopefully this will stop too, where we've had to have people have trainings, maybe down in Las Cruces. We booked them maybe on Jimenez's card, but for some reason, we had to hold on to Jimenez's card. We requested a card in my name, but then that took forever to get, and then it came with a very limited balance. So we continued to use the Jimenez card, and then whoever booked the training, they had to take that card to Las Cruces with them, or wherever they went for the training, wherever they were going to book the hotel. So all that is a mess too. But to answer the question, if we get something put together from Amber to show that something criminal's afoot, absolutely, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
I think my only question was from Friday or Thursday, the lead time on those P cards?
So we did have a meeting with Wells Fargo, I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday. The implementation is about 60 days. We already provided them a report to do an analysis of vendors. I gave them a check register. So they're already starting analysis. So once we give them the okay, which we're in the process of doing, it takes about 30 to 60 days for a full implementation to switch over the bank accounts. And then the last thing I was going to say is because the cards were paid late, there was not late charges, but they accrued interest because they were not being paid off timely. So anybody that knows the way a credit card works is you're paying interest up to, I think it was like 17% on the charges that were not paid. And the available credits were very limited, like $44. There was just no way to use some of the cards. So
And
we're
what's
clearing that out.
Between now and 60 days, what's the plan of action to maintain departments have money and cards?
So my plan of action, but you and I haven't talked about it, is all credit cards are canceled, which they are, I believe, and we're panicking what we're going to use for tomorrow.
So there's actually two cards I did. I had to transfer funds to ensure that we have money because we have a department going to utilize a credit card tomorrow for the YES program is taking a trip to Explora, so they're going to use the card for that. So we have to continue to use the two cards that we do have active until we roll over to the P card program. I do have a training tomorrow for requisitions and procurement, and one of our slides is to discuss the WEX program and it was credit card program, but I'm changing it to our P card program. So we're going to implement a procedure for the town of how to utilize the cards. We use the credit cards quite often, and I'm going to put a stop to that because we should be using requisitions. And the card usage should be very limited on what type of purchases and when they can utilize it. So that's something that we're rolling out now.
And isn't it true, Amber, that we have money out there that we may or may not even know about as far as a credit?
We have undercovered or uncovered accounts that we're not aware of the bank itself or the balances. We found some possible CDs or trust funds that we came across that we're not sure how they came about or how to access them. Don't know, but
Is that 6,500 one?
6,500 and I think another 200 or 500,000, something like that.
225,000.
Mr. Chair, Amber, what would be the difference between, so like with the old credit card system and the P cards, balance differences?
So I don't know the limits just yet. We haven't got to that part of the implementation. So the credit lines would be different. It would be based off of a department, and then we'll have a couple extra cards for like emergency cases. But right now, because we're like on a small business model, the credit limits are a lot lower than what they would lend out to a government entity.
Okay,
So I don't know the exact limits, but it would be different.
all right, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, where are we? Item G, ordinance, resolutions, and zoning. Number 1, discussion and possible action on resolution adopting the infrastructure capital improvement plan.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, when you met on June 23rd, I believe, no, the day before it was due, June 30th, You adopted the ICIP as it was presented to you by NOAA, and now we just need to turn that into a resolution and approve that resolution. We've actually got the form and the resolution committed. You just need to approve it as a resolution. It had to be to the state by July 1. That's all I got.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I move that we pass resolution number 2026-03, a resolution adopting the Town of Edgewood final budget. Oops, I'm sorry, wrong one. I'm reading the wrong one. Where'd it go? I just had it. Where is it? Yeah, thank you. That's what I get for getting up. Yeah, 2026, it doesn't have a number yet. Resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Edgewood, New Mexico adopting the fiscal year 2028 to 2032 infrastructure capital improvement plan and authorizing its submission to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It is seconded. Any discussion? Okay. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
I'm going to vote no because I haven't seen it and I wasn't present on that meeting, therefore I do not have an educated opinion on it.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
4, motion carries.
Okay. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on ordinance number 2024-018, amending the composition of the Economic Development Advisory Board.
And I'm going to invite our friend Jim Thomas up to the podium, and he's going to take it away. But what he's about to tell you, I wholeheartedly support.
Thank you. I was surprised that my East Mountain 411 post got read by the county clerk. Cows go where cows go. Did you, Kelly, did you give them the point paper that I sent to you?
I did.
Okay.
I did not, but I'm about to.
Okay.
And then I'll make it available to the public as well. Or did
So-
you already do it? The point paper?
It's in here.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so I submitted a point paper to you from the Economic Development Board concerning LEDA Log RT. And, you know, to summarize, LEDA Log RT is the Local Economic Development Act Local Option Gross Receipts Tax. And about 3 months ago, the commission asked the Economic Development Board to look at their presentation, which essentially said that, recommended that if we adopt LEDA Log RT, it would be a process, a very quick process, where we would create a ordinance to have a 0.25% gross receipts tax implemented by ordinance for the town to vote on. Now, it wouldn't be for the gross receipts in the grocery stores, it would be on everything else. What that LEDA Log RT would then do is it would be fenced for local infrastructure costs. And it would take, you know, the LEDA group has a toolkit where you just plug and play, has the ordinance developed and everything. And so we met 2 months ago to discuss this, but because the composition of the board is so large, we did not have a quorum. Well, we took a poll, and the poll was basically 2 of us were for the, recommending to the town commission go forward with LEDA Log RT, and 2 were against it. This last month, we finally had a quorum, which means we had to have 5 members, and we decided that even though the funds would be fenced, the funds would be around $500,000 per year, it would take us to create the ordinance and then have the town vote in the general election, and then it would take about a year to implement and get those funds. We decided with the chaos in the town, the financial issues that the town was experiencing, and we decided that to recommend to you folks to impose request a 1/4% gross receipts tax increase on the town, now was not the right time. So we're recommending that we revisit this in a year, because these funds are fenced. They can be used to develop projects, and when the funds become available, you execute. I know we have a problem with execution of grant money. We, as the commission, recommended that in this point paper that we review this, come back 12 months later. But the root cause of the delay was that the board was too large. So we're recommending that the economic development ordinance be modified, and it's essentially in the first paragraph, that instead of 7 members, we have 5 members. Then, if we've only got 3 people, and we're generally good at having 3 or 4 people, that we could conduct business and make recommendations to the board in a timely manner. Any questions from me?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So you're recommending that the board will go down to 7 members?
Go down to 5.
Or, excuse me, I was looking at the number.
That's all right.
It was going down to 5, and then would we still have the 2 alternates? Or
We can
just one
still, we
alternate?
can still have 2 alternates, but you know, it'll be easier for us to achieve quorum, because I've been on the council, the advisory board for 15 months, and we've been able to successfully meet for 11 of those. And so, you know, just the track record, I'm a 4th generation homesteader. You know, I went off to the Navy for 37 years and came back. And I'm here for the long run. I want to stay on this advisory board. I want to keep, you know, using my skill set that I learned in the Navy to help the town move forward. I think I'm better off being in the background, you know, trying to move things forward. Let you guys take the heat, and I'll just take care of the cows. That answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Follow-up question. So I believe we would have to do a posting since we're changing an ordinance. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna go take care of my mother.
Thanks, Jim. Good luck.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
Correct me if I'm doing this wrong, Commissioner Brenner, Town Manager. So I move to post ordinance 2024-018, Establishment of Economic Development Advisory Board, to change it from 7 members to 5 members, for that to be posted for 14 days plus 1.
Yeah, for a hearing.
For a hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Second, any further discussion?
You know, Mr. Chair, that's a problem with a lot of boards, not just with the town, but I mean, we're talking statewide. I belong to the RTPO, Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and one of our biggest problems is making quorum. So if we have a tool available to us to go and modify it a little bit so we are able to make quorum, then by God, we need to do that.
Are you finished?
I'm fit, yeah.
Commissioner Milligan.
Mr. Chair, I'm one of the commissioners that sits in on that committee as well too, and they do have an issue a lot of times meeting the quorum. You have a lot of dedicated people that come out, and it's an issue when they're taking their time to show up and they can't do anything because they're not making a quorum. So I'm all in favor of this, and I'm glad he brought that forward.
Any further discussion? Cool. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Perfect. Okay, item number 3 was removed, so item number 4, presentation on fourth quarter financial report resolution.
I did provide a copy to each commissioner. It's labeled FY26 Q4 ending balances. In order to get the final budget approved from DFA, we have to provide 2 resolutions. The first one is, what I provided is the fund balance report as of June 30th, 2026. It reflects the ending balances in each of the funds. It states the fund number, the title, and then beginning balances, total revenues, total expenses, and ending balances. As of June 30th, 2026, the total ending balance for the town was $11,887,96.82. The balance sheet is the detail summary of each fund broken down in detail, showing the total ending balances in each fund. I'm looking to get a resolution so we can submit the Q4 FY26 report to DFA to close out FY26 and then get our final budget approved for FY27.
I have something to say. Do you have further presentation or?
Not for this one. The next one is the resolution for the FY27 budget, which
Sure.
include, so I don't know if you want to do this one
No,
first.
we'll get to that one
Okay.
after number 4. So just to confirm, it's this right here?
That is correct.
Is there, James, is there a way we can get this onto the budget.edgewood-New Mexico gov thing?
Probably. Which report is it?
This is the fund balance report.
I'm sure we can add it on, yeah.
Okay, I would just ask. So that way, everybody can see. And then just beginning balance, 15,088,765. Total revenues, 9.7 million. Total expenses, 12,992,204 and 1 penny. Ending balance, 11,880,796, and that is for the general fund? Or for?
That's for
the
all
whole-
funds,
Yeah, because
yeah.
it's 15 million. And so there's, let's see, 25 pages. And so I just think, let everybody see that. Does anybody else have any questions on the quarterly financial report? I'm gonna give it a minute.
One thing I'll mention, if you're looking at the top page, so when I report to DFA, all balances have to be in the positive. We cannot close out with a negative balance. Some of these funds, such as like the law enforcement protection, you don't see the revenues, they are grant funds. So they're actually not in the negatives, but this does not reflect the grants that have come through for those purposes.
No. Sorry, I'm gonna give him a minute.
That's fine.
I'm familiar. A little.
Hmm?
But just, I was saying I'm a little familiar. Any further questions for the quarterly financial?
Fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, yeah, sorry, forgot the first word. Okay, and then presentation on the final budget. Item number 5, sorry.
I included the letter from DFA that's, in short, addresses the fact that it is, I'll just read, in accordance with Section 6-6-2B NMSA 1978, the Department of Finance and Administration Local Government Division has examined the proposed budget of your local government entity for fiscal year 26-27 and hereby grants approval and certification for use. Sufficient resources appear to be available to cover proposed budgeted expenditures. However, we must point out that the final approval will be certified no later than our first Monday of September 2026. So the interim budget is approved. These resolutions are to move forward to get the final budget approved. There was, overall, the budget did not change. We changed a couple line items for the PED to ensure that their operations could continue without being affected on certain items such as contracted obligations. They were legal obligations so there was a few things that were changed, but the overall budget that Devin, you worked with Misty in the interim, there was no changes to the overall budget. That was what was submitted and that's what's included. The document that I included is a printout detail report from the LGBMS system, which is the DFA grant system. And it just breaks down what was submitted. So the interim, the way it was proposed is what was submitted. This is, there was a couple items that they have that, I think there was like 3 items that we have to get corrected when I submit the final budget. The second page does explain some of the items that have to be addressed when I submit the final budget for FY27. And that one of the items is this resolution today, so we have to have this resolution passed to be able to submit with the FY27 budget for approval.
You stepped out and I asked if they can kind of work together to make sure it goes on to the AI thing James built. But again, same thing for this, if we could just all public and anything,
100%.
nothing to hide, so.
I would also point out before, if you choose to accept these resolutions, Tina and I made a mistake, probably more Kelly than Tina, on the final quarter financial report. And I appreciate a resident who can't sleep at night that reads these and points it out to us, that whereas, on the second paragraph, whereas the June 30th, 2025, that should of course say June 2026, June 30th, 2026, and then it should reference the, then there's another one, we're missing on the third paragraph, 2, and then, let's see, back up to the second paragraph. Oh, the beginning cash balances used in the fiscal 2026-2027 budget, that should read. So 3 different changes on financial, and I would appreciate you putting those, if you choose to accept this, noting those 3 changes in the, your motion. Would you like me to go through them again, sir, or are you okay?
No, I just had it, yeah. I'll say something. Are you done?
I am, sir.
Okay, sorry. Just, so, sure some people would discuss under resolution, but there's no discussion or possible action. So then I would just request that this information be public.
100%.
That way everybody can see it. And then on the next meeting, we're still within the timeline to pass a resolution, correct?
So the reason I was entered into this agenda is because the deadline is July 31st to submit the final budget, and this is the only meeting prior to that we were able to, unless we do a special, I guess.
Well, we'd have one on the 28th,
Oh,
but
do
we don't want
Oh.
to cut the deadline that close. Correct, we do have a commission meeting on the 28th, 14 days from today.
Oh, okay.
But we
Okay.
still don't want to do the.
Yeah, because
No.
the final budget is due to DFA by July 31st, this becomes part of the final budget submission, the resolutions.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Brennan.
In that event, I would recommend that we hold a special meeting next week. It gives the public a whole week to go ahead and look at all the numbers.
Okay.
And gives everybody up here another week to let those numbers soak in. And if there's, it also gives staff a whole week to, just in case there was anything missed or not properly printed down, a whole week to get that corrected. And do a special meeting next week, and I would suggest if we do a special meeting for just this one item on next Tuesday, so if that, is that something staff could do?
Absolutely, it's something staff can do.
Commissioner Murillo.
It'd be for the fourth quarter and the final budget.
Right.
So both those items.
Both resolutions. And that would give us plenty of time.
And fix the resolutions. Fix the
Yep.
resolutions.
100%. That would be better than doing it by, then we put this insertion in, this insertion. And hopefully one of our residents continues with their insomnia and can read it again.
I'm just seeing if the individual is here still. The individual, I have an email, so if I can get these attachments per my email list, it's in the middle, we're making eye contact. If you come up and give me your email later, I have, I don't know, 20, 30 people on that, and so I'll just send it to that group. That's what I'll do. So if I could get these as an attachment, one, we'll place it on public website, and two, I'll also email the attachment, so.
Yes, sir.
And then that also answers your question.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we schedule a special meeting on the following Tuesday, which is
21st.
Yep, July 21st at 6 p.m. for the approval of the a fourth quarter financial report resolution and the fiscal year 2027 final budget resolution, adoption resolution.
Second.
It's been seconded. Discussion? Going once, twice. Can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number golf 6, discussion and possible action on local government road fund and program resolution.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I in fact lied to you earlier when I said we hadn't applied for any grants this year. We did in fact apply. Commissioner Murillo and Mary, my apologies. We applied for a $100,000 road grant, and we were awarded that recently. It's a $100,000, 25,000 split, and the 25 can be in-kind materials, things like that. And we have the materials in stock already, and we would look at doing quail and church.
Awesome.
And in fact, we're already prepping quail and church. Is Josh still here or no? Josh, do you want to say anything more to that? And I always like to drag Josh into it.
Good afternoon. Yeah, just an update on that. I did start breaking ground on Quail Trail. I'm just waiting for the 811s, and I should start breaking ground by the end of this week on Church Road as well. So hopefully I'll get them done pretty quick. So,
And how much is this $100,000 gonna help you?
and I'll complete both of them. I'll complete Church Road and Quail Trail. So,
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo?
Josh, I really appreciate you knocking out Quell and Church Street. Tired of hearing about Church Street, so.
Same here.
You're knocking it out, and I know we had a productive conversation the other day, and so I think you have a good head on your shoulders, and I think you'll just start knocking road after road out of the way, and I think this is a good example. So that will put us up Nugent, Bee Hill, Quell, and Church Street. That's 4-year roads already.
Yep.
And you're not done, so I know
No,
we were talking about other roads as well, but, yeah, I think this is a great use of the funds.
Anyone else? Staff?
So I need you to approve this grant in their resolution form. You all need to sign for it. And we applied for it, and we were awarded it.
Thank you, Josh.
And you do have to sign their resolution form if you approve it.
You'll be the keeper of the wet seal.
Yes. And I believe the resolution form is in your packet.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
not.
Murillo.
I move to approve participation in local government road fund program administered by the New Mexico Department of Transportation resolution.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'm going to give that to Commissioner Milligan. Any further discussion? Once, twice. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just get a round of applause, Commissioner, on Church Street finally getting work done?
Round of applause for Church Street. Josh? And your entire department, by the way.
Yes.
Although my truck kind of liked that street. Anyhow. All right. Moving on to item number H, or hotel new business. Number 1, swearing-in ceremony for new code enforcement officer for Planning and Zoning Division, Justice Whites?
Whites.
Whites.
Very much.
Pardon me?
So the judge may have left, so you can swear him in.
postpone this one and maybe do it. We'll just go down to Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move that we table the swearing-in ceremony for the new code enforcement officer until the judge is available.
Second.
We have a second discussion. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Item
Motion
H, oh, sorry. Item H1 has been tabled in hopes that the judge comes back, so we may pull from the table at a later time. Moving on to item H2, discussion and possible action regarding the retirement of Commissioner Mike Reardon of District 5, declaration of vacancy, and creation of process for solicitation of applications from qualified electors.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
First, I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Reardon for the time he spent helping make Edgewood better. So I just wanted to send my congratulations to him and hope he is enjoying retirement as best as he can, although I'm not sure that he'll ever stop, but just sending congratulations to him. In regards to backfilling this position, I think what we ought to do is kind of similar what we did. So when this was first done, it was kind of messy and unorganized and caused a lot of unneeded hate. And then by the time we got around to the second round of it, I think we had a pretty good process figured out. So the process last time was that we would post that there's a vacancy. We posted that people could submit their applications and letters of interest to the clerk, at which point we would set a date to schedule interviews. And I think last time we just did them all on a Saturday. And we interviewed like 5 or 6 candidates on a Saturday morning. And after that, we came into a regular session meeting, so we didn't make a decision that day because it wasn't to make decisions. And then we ended up discussing and voting on a particular person to fill that vacated seat. To be clear, it's for somebody that does live in Edgewood, is eligible for the position. And the last time we were intentional about trying to get somebody out of District 5, because that was the last district we did it for, was District 5, so it's up again. I guess there's something in the water in District 5. But that doesn't mean that other candidates from other districts couldn't apply. I think we should select the best person possible, and if that best person possible is out of District 5, that should be the route we go. Again, just to remind everyone, this position is interim, so this position is until the next regularly scheduled election. So this last election for District 5 was to fill the remaining 2 years that were left, and now it's gone. And so this person would have to get appointed, and if they would like to stay, they would have to run, not this November, but the following November. So they'd only be serving, say we got done by August, it would be a total of 18 months, August to December of 2027. And they would have to run in November of 2027 if they'd like to stay. So this is just an interim position. This is not for a full term.
Okay, I'm sorry, are you finished?
And with that, we did come up with a bunch of great interview questions that we had workshopped with the town, with the staff at the time, and I still have all those interview questions, but it should be in our records because
Okay.
they did take note of all the questions. I know it was recorded. I went and watched the video. It is there because I pulled campaign information from that video, so I can tell you what date it was. And then I think using those questions will help us determine and identify and select a great candidate. I do think this is a great way to go about it. That's how we got Commissioner Reardon to begin with. So he actually went through this process. This commission picked him, and he did very well. So I think this is a process that is very workable, and we have experience with it. And I know that we're kind of setting the formula for this because I know New Mexico League had no idea how to go about and do it, and they're watching us to see how we do it. Even though we've done it 2 times before, they're starting to pay attention now because we've gone through this a couple times already. So that's all I have to say about that.
I wanted to say, so I do agree that I like the questionnaire aspect, obviously. But I wanted to speak next. I have kind of the opposite viewpoint. I've brought it up to town manager. I think that this should be held in a workshop. I think you, the people, should arrive. You, the people, should sit in those chairs and see the candidates, and the candidates should sit up here, and not just questions from us commissioners to find out who's the best, but you guys as well. Thank you. You guys as well have the opportunity to ask questions, because at the end of the day, they will be representing you. I do think that the individual should come from District 5, given that, all of us here, I know Commissioner Murillo, you were slightly different when you were appointed, but I think just trying to stick to New Mexico, stating you must live in this district to represent this district. So that's kind of just my opinion. I just believe it should be held in a workshop fashion, so that way individuals have the opportunity to ask them questions, and with that we don't hold the power.
Mr. Chair, can I also remind you in your deliberations here, that you have 3 existing candidates from the first time that Mayor Reardon announced his intention to retire. Mr. Adrian Chavez, Mr. Anaya, and then a third person whose name I don't remember right off without looking, but I have their letters of interest and their expression of, so you need, just be sure they need to reapply, or you want to honor their existing interest in it as well.
And my understanding is that every 14 days we go without appointing someone, it has to come back up on the agenda for more discussion, right? Okay.
15 days, I think. 14, 15 days.
14, 15, okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Brennan, Commissioner Milligan?
No, sounds workable.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
I'm just going to push back a little bit. The last time we went through it, the community did have an opportunity to meet the candidates. And so I'm not sure why we wouldn't want to interview them and then bring them before the town.
Can you elaborate like that process?
So basically, what these people will be doing is running an election at this point. So it's going to be an election, but the community is really not picking them since we're voting. It's like, I don't see how that's confusing me.
Well, I envision it as in, say we have 50 individuals sitting here and they all ask their questions and whatnot, and certain individuals feel a specific candidate is better, and then those 5 individuals live in District 2, who I represent. Well, then it's my obligation to go if they believe that this individual is best suited for that. That's how I kind of envision it, is that would go the way I would represent them by going with that direction.
So what if there was an equal amount of people in District 5 who disagreed with that and wanted the other candidate?
Then that would be future Commissioner Taylor and future Commission Board's decision issue to resolve, I guess. I hear what you're saying, though.
Right, and so what I'm saying is, I think the best way to go forward is just to put out the call, right? We need people to apply, so we have 3 people apparently. I still think we need to put out a call to see if anybody else is interested. The other challenge that I'm facing here is only the folks that are possibly running right, I know that's not the right word, but that's how I'm seeing it. They could get a group of friends and come, right, and influence the whole audience, right? I just feel like there's a lot of, I just feel like the last time we did it, I think we actually did it the right way. We picked Commissioner Raridan. I think most people here who know him were very excited when we picked him, but they were also very devastated when he decided to resign. So I think that process, although I don't think it's perfect, I think it was the process that got us to the best candidate quickly. Because I know when I went through the process, I think it was a bit rushed, and I think with Commissioner Raridan, we went through it at the right pace. And so everyone had a chance to know who he was ahead of time, and we were able to give everyone a fair chance to interview with the commission. Because when I went through it, I only interviewed commissioners one at a time, and I could tell you it was extremely hostile and very unpleasant for me. Whereas when we did it with the candidates before, in which we selected Commissioner Raridan, it was all the commissioners interviewing him and asking questions and going through. And we actually identified some people that ended up becoming board members for other things.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I just still think at the end of the day, it should be held publicly with the people. That's
Right, and we asked them to present to the people. So I think that would, because I have a feeling we're gonna narrow it down to 2.
We narrowed it down to 2.
Yeah, we narrowed it down to
I think
2.
we did.
Had them come up and speak in the community, can ask them any questions.
'Cause I think it was him and Nathaniel, wasn't it?
Yes.
I hear you. I still think held publicly, but
Well, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
that can work with both ideas there. We can go, we need to put the call out again, because there were other people that were making phone calls and were interested, and things dragged on. They says, well, heck, I don't want to deal with that. And they moved on, and there may be other people out there that are reconsidering or wanting to. So we go ahead, we put the call, I suggest we go ahead, we put the call out, and get the applicants to come in. Then we can go ahead and the commission as a whole interview them and narrow the field down to, for qualifications. And also, the other thing too, we want to make sure that we don't have a person that applies for it that, how do I say this politically correct? I'm just going to say, we need to do a little bit of background checking, because we don't want to have a person that might have something in their background that would preclude them from being able to do it, like a criminal offense or something like that. There was one time we had a person that ran for commissioner, and luckily he didn't win, because come to find out that he had some very strange things going on with legal. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to, talk about individuals. But if we can go ahead and do that, and we can narrow that group down to 2 or 3 individuals, then they can come in here and have a special meeting where the townspeople can go ahead and, in an organized fashion, present them with questions, each one of them answering that constituent's question. So the townspeople can get a good idea for you know, who and what they are, and then with that, as us being observers, we can also see how well they interact with the public, how the public interacts with them, and then be able to take a vote to pick out which one we want to have.
I think that's kind of what we did last time, wasn't it, with Mike?
A little bit like it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Milligan?
Do any of you recall last time with Mike, because I know we had two, you were able to ask them questions and whatnot, correct?
Yeah.
Because I believe the other one was Nathaniel, correct?
Correct.
Everybody kind of asked questions?
It was a small room.
Yeah, it was a smaller room.
I agree. I think we make the call and then see how many applicants if we get. If we obviously get 20, then obviously it would take way too long to narrow it down. But if it's stuck to 3, then in my opinion, you just bring those 3, and I think everybody's kind of familiar with 2 of them. You just bring them in. But if we get multiple, then maybe we do have a preliminary interview process, but overall, I still just think they are important to ask questions.
Well, definitely, the public should ask questions.
It's my first time here, so.
But.
Well, and Mr. Chair, I don't want to sound like a jerk or anything, but I do love the United States of America, and we are a constitutional republic. This isn't a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. Can you turn it up? Yeah, I think that's always been the problem, it's just always been so low. We are a constitutional republic, and so, like I said, this position is an interim, and it has to go before an election, November 2027, right?
Yep.
Regardless of what happens, that position is not, well, no position's guaranteed, but it has to be voted on by the public on November 2027. Because we're a constitutional republic and not a democracy, my fear is that we'll have mob rule. And that's never a good thing. Our founding fathers would have never, our founding fathers were against that. That's why they set up this form of government. And so I agree that the community should know who we're considering, and we should get feedback from the community on who we're considering. But I do think that the commission does need to do their due diligence, put out a call, interview, and the 2 finalists come before the town of Edgewood, and the community can come and ask them questions. And we can allot 30 minutes, 45 minutes, however long, for them to talk to those commissioners.
I hear you.
Well, either way, you need a motion on the procedure we're gonna follow,
Yeah.
and it needs to be voted on.
I'll do it. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Rio.
I move to put out a call for the vacant position, declaring a vacant position for District 5, and that candidates submit their resumes and letters of interest to the clerk, and that it's posted for 7 days?
14, I believe, right?
For 14 days, at which point candidates will be notified. Interviews will be scheduled on a Saturday for the commissioners to come and interview, at which point finalists will be presented to the town for 30-minute Q&A with the finalists during a regular business meeting.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, do you want the existing 3 to reapply?
No.
They honor their,
They've already applied.
okay. So honor theirs as they've applied already. Thank you.
Any more?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan?
I do agree that it is important that we try to find somebody from District 5 to fill that position. But in the end run, the position has to be filled. and it has to be filled with a person that all of us believe does have the best interest of the town at heart and are capable and willing to perform the duties that we have to do. If it ends up not being a person from District 5, that person must also realize that come, not this November, the following November, they will not be able to run for that seat. It will have to be a person that is running from District 5. Another problem that has, you know, and I've asked over at the Municipal League about this, says, what do you do if somebody doesn't run for the seat in that district? And the process is, once again, exactly what we're doing right now. The commission has to appoint a person to fill that spot for 2 years, and we try again. Commissioner manager is not a perfect form of government. There is no such thing as a perfect form of government. But this is what we have to work with, so we got to work within what the state allows us to do.
Okay. Anyone else? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
No.
And Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
3-1, motion carries.
All right. Moving on to hotel number 3, presentation by the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance. Chad Matherson?
All right, good deal. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. Thank you for the invitation to join and present a regional economic development update to you guys this evening. I've had the pleasure of attending a commission meeting and giving this presentation for the past 3 years now, as well as meeting with the Economic Development Advisory Group last fall as well and providing an update. I'm going to go through a few things. I want to be mindful of the agenda that you all have in front of you this evening, and I want to applaud you all as well for the conversations that have been happening this evening in terms of town management and organization as well. So we are, just by way of introduction, my name is Chad Matheson. I'm the CEO and president of the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance. We are the regional EDO that represents central New Mexico for economic development, inward investment, and business expansion projects here within the metro. We are a public-private nonprofit organization. We're governed by an executive committee and a board of directors, and that board of directors is listed here for you to see. Our officer slate this year for 2026, I'm proud to work alongside the Chief Financial Officer for Sandia National Labs, Josh Parsons, as our current board chair, as well as the president for Central New Mexico Community College, Tracy Hartzler, as our chair-elect. So a strong board slate to include both public and private officials, executives within private industry that are really shaping economic strategies for our municipal partners, as well as our institutional partners who are a part of those conversations. I mentioned being funded by institutional and private sector as well, just for you all's awareness. You can see some levels of contribution that help fund our organization on the institutional and private side as well as our public partners. We're proud to have the town of Edgewood as a public partner in the organization, as well as a handful of other municipalities around the region who are participating in these public and private conversations around economic development for and on behalf of their communities. I mentioned coming in last fall and meeting with the Economic Development Advisory Group. I was very pleased that the connection was made between the Lita Logart program that was mentioned earlier this evening and you all, and how you explored that as a potential tool in your economic development toolkit. I mentioned that we're governed by an executive committee and a board of directors. I also want to mention our advisory councils. These are strategic groups that you all have opportunities to participate in, most notably our Economic Development Professionals Council. I want you guys to specifically know as a commission that we meet monthly with the economic development staff, as well as the staff with the utilities, to talk shop about inward investments that are exploring the region, as well as opportunities for business expansion. So I would invite a member of the town of Edgewood to join and participate that as you're thinking about programming and becoming more active in regional economic development conversations. Organizationally, we like to organize into 3 primary areas. A cornerstone book of business for us is around project management. Working to really manage the inward investment projects that are evaluating the region, as well as engaging with existing industry. A big piece of that centers around confidentiality. As a public-private nonprofit, oftentimes we work on behalf of companies who are looking for a place to establish a new facility. Working on behalf of that company, it's very important that we keep some of their information close to the vest as they're exploring multiple municipalities within the region. The second here really centers around, I'd say the second and third, really center around economic research and partner support. I also want you guys to know that we see ourselves as an extension of your staff, uniquely around economic research. I was very interested in the wage analysis that you partnered with UNM on. Know that we have similar capabilities in-house, as well as the ability to do geospatial analysis and market research. So as you're looking at maybe business park planning or retail development or housing development, socioeconomic analysis and the like, please reach out to us. We're happy to execute that work free of charge and inform some of your decision in the town for planning and purposes of the like. So I wanted to touch on our current pipeline. I mentioned that we manage a variety of inward investment and expansion deals. It's a primary book of business for us. Year to date so far, we've created just north of 60 deals within our own individual pipeline. That aggregates to about 12,000 jobs and $3.1 billion in capital investment. It's important to note that we will not win all of these deals. What's more important to note is that as a regional EDO, we want to focus on our conversion rate, because we might win 10% of these deals, but personally I would like to win 20% of these deals. And so we focus on competitiveness as a key attribute of the Regional Economic Development Program. And the strategies that really need to be driven forward to improve our competitive position against the Colorado Springs, the Tulsas, the Tucsons, the Renos, the Salt Lakes, other metropolitan regions in the South Mountain West. I think the clicker might have went to sleep on me. There we go. So just overall in our pipeline right now, another important thing that we like to highlight is the maturity stages of each. I mentioned 63 deals have been created since the start of the year, but certainly we're still working some from late 2025. So as you can see here, about 100 projects in the pipeline right now at varying maturity stages. These are early stage leads all the way down to finalist or pre-announcement projects. The one that I'll highlight for you guys here is that active prospects category. These are the companies that have actively come to town, they've kicked the dirt, they've seen the sites, they've met with education and workforce partners, as well as municipal partners for the inward investment or expansion opportunity. There was a comment earlier where it really centered around the necessity for speed, simplicity, and certainty in the business climate process. I'd like to punctuate that point. These projects are often competitive in nature, and they're looking at metropolitan regions nationwide. The faster we are, the easier we are to navigate with infrastructure in place, ready to go, the more competitive we are for these projects. And so I would encourage the commission and staff to think about that when you're planning for economic development and investment opportunity. I mentioned our BRE as well, business retention and expansion. We have active full-time team members whose sole purpose is to engage with existing industry, learn about pain points to expansion. That could be a staffing impediment, which would require connections to maybe the state level job training incentive program, or maybe some connections to the community college or our workforce partners, as well as infrastructure. You should know our immediate past board chair is Don Terry. He's the CEO of PNM. We work very closely with PNM's economic development staff on infrastructure requirements for electrical capacity. You can see here that of those 53 visits over the past year, about 85% of those were economic based or export oriented, meaning they're selling their product or service outside of market and generating new revenue for the municipality and for the state. 40% indicating expansion within the next 12 to 24 months. So strong indicators of expansion here within the regional market, and something that we program internally to make sure we're keeping tabs on and staying engaged with those regional employers. This is a report that's publicly available. We do some economic research around expansion opportunities by industry within the region. Again, if the commission or staff is ever curious to dive deeper into our capabilities on the economic research side of the house, we're happy to connect with you at any point in time and really go deeper into some of these research projects. As well as our outbound, I won't go too deep into these, but do know that we're actively bringing people into town. There's opportunities for you guys to engage in those conversations with location consultants who are managing projects on behalf of companies. And then the area team is actively engaged in out-of-market activities as well. This is us recently up in April up in Colorado Springs at the Space Symposium. Certainly Defense Tech, Aerospace, and Defense is a very important cluster here in New Mexico, as well as this region. And we're happy to work with our partners and represent the region in that way. As well as Bio International, another major trade show that we lead the statewide delegation on. We just concluded this in mid-June. Want to share with you guys just kind of where we are in terms of 5-year impact. Over the past 5 years related to our organization strategy, we've been able to announce almost 5,500 jobs. So really excited about that. That equates to about $5 billion in capital investment announced in the market with a strong average wage. You can also see, most importantly, something I like to highlight is the average industrial square footage required. You can see that the majority of our projects are attraction focused and largely manufacturing. So if the town is focused or interested in light manufacturing R&D, plan for infrastructure that's required to support those employers. You can see here it was a very healthy 260,000 square feet and about 130 average acreage for the projects that we're managing in the pipeline over the past year. You can see here it's been a very active year for us. One that you don't see on the screen but was just announced on Monday. We've had a project announcement every month over the past quarter. So from March all the way to June on this one here, and we're teeing up 2 to 3 to be announced certainly by the end of the year. So your team at area is hustling to get these deals closed and these jobs created here within the region. One of those that happened most recently, a company called Black V, defense technology company based out of urban Albuquerque. They took down about 50,000 square feet near the Sunport in a development called Max Q. Again, it's a defense tech firm, about 150 jobs with strong impact. One of the most important things I'll say here for all of these projects is how we participate with both our state, our institutional, our utility, and our municipal partners to get these deals done. You can see here for each one of these, broad participation from a variety of agencies really anchored our success for these announcements. You guys might be familiar with Castilian. We were on Castilian for a couple of years, ultimately announced in Sandoval County, broke ground in January of this year, as well as Pacific Fusion, large-scale announcement, demonstration system to the tune of about $1 billion investment in the city of Albuquerque, but also taking down 200,000 square feet in the village of Los Lunas for a prefabrication manufacturing facility most recently as well. Just something to keep a lookout for as we round out 2026 and lead into 2027. I'll be very pleased to come back next year and report to you guys the overall impact of the Area 1.0 strategic plan. It's been 5 years. Actually, the strategic plan sunsets at the end of this year, and we'll be kickstarting a new process to shape an economic strategy for the next 5 years, a little bit of an organizational work plan and organizational alignment approaches in there. But you'll see the strategy at a glance. We'll talk about economic impacts. We'll talk about the job creation and investments that have occurred, as well as what's on the horizon for economic strategic planning and how our public and private sectors can participate in that process. The truth of the matter is, economic strategy does not happen in a vacuum. We are one organization in a continuum of organizations who are participating in this conversation. And so whether that translates to policy and advocacy, or infrastructure and real estate, or a go-to-market strategy, it's important that we come together around these conversations to identify what your priorities are as a municipality, as well as our other municipalities within this region, and align our priorities to achieve those goals. So I invite the commission, I invite the town of Edgewood to participate in this as we continue to scale towards the end of the year and into 2027. The last thing I'll mention, it's actually happening next week, so it's timely that I'm here today. Would love your guys' participation at this. We're hosting a regional workforce summit in partnership with CNM, Workforce Connection, and the Department of Workforce Solutions. It's going to be held on July 23rd at CNM Smith Brasher Hall. We're going to be welcoming a national keynote around workforce innovation and doing some breakout sessions that are centered around topical areas that are of interest to our partners. So whether that is the demand for skilled trades and establishing a pre-apprenticeship or apprenticeship program within an employer, or something like beyond the ribbon cutting, the amount of work that goes in after the ribbon cutting or the announcement happens. It's very important that we share this information widely, and you can see the range of partners that are participating in this summit. It's going to be very exciting. We'll be welcoming about 300 people into the auditorium, and I welcome the town of Edgewood's presence at the summit as well. Finally, just some things that you guys have available to you. It's important that you are aware of these tools and resources. Every year we partner with the commercial real estate firm CBRE to produce this report here. It's a talent and industry profile. It's a regional overview of sorts. It gives you industry, occupational growth data, housing data, quality of life information that you all can use, embed in your website, share out broadly. We oftentimes share this with HR managers, plant managers, and others who are actively involved in recruiting talent to market and need a good piece of collateral to share on behalf of the region, as well as some in-house research reports and publications. So for the employers in the market, if they are interested to have a conversation around expansions, we can easily curate a conversation with our state agencies around possible incentives that could be available, and we're happy to do that on behalf of the Edgewood community as well. So please just let us know. There's a lot more going on, and I flew through a lot of information quickly. Our annual reports and our quarterly reports are available online publicly, so you can always see what we're up to and the amount of activity and the outcomes that we're generating, because I promise you there is quite a bit more to take a look at. Our Q2 report will be released this week, and I'll make sure that you guys get a notification upon its release as well. So I appreciate you guys for having me this evening. Thank you. And I applaud the conversation that's been going on this evening. And I'll stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, moving on to item number H4, presentation on proposed joint powers agreement, financial implementation plan for fire and emergency medical services. Former Mayor Bob Sturley.
Good evening, Commissioners and Manager. This is a proposed plan for implementing the financial agreements with the county. Don't expect you to be able to read this, but there are basically 4 paragraphs within the JPA which define, let's see this. Oh, it's missing one here. Oh my. Ooh. These are the 4 paragraphs of the JPA. And so this is not the presentation I was expecting, but I can't even read it, it's so small. These are excerpts from that list of those 4 paragraphs. and it's so small, I really can't speak to it. Anyway, I gave you copies of the presentation I intended to give tonight, which is not what we're seeing here. And so you commissioners have what I intended to present. So what I'll do, though, is speak to this figure here. It has everything, basically. This is a printout of the Excel file. And so it meets all the requirements of the JPA. In the first column on the left, it has a place to enter the date where the reports from the Department of Finance Administration puts out every month. Usually comes out about the 15th. So it could, for July, it might appear tomorrow, the next day. And the JPA calls for a joint calculation. So the town and the county are supposed to work together to do a joint calculation of what we owe the county on the JPA. So the first column, you enter the date where you see that report. And then you have 5 days to pay what is owed. And so the second column is where you enter the date that it was paid. Like I say, there's a 5-day requirement. The blue columns there are the numbers which are used to make the calculations. The first blue column, if you click on that item, you see up above in pink, it identifies where that number comes from. And that number comes from, if you can read it, it comes from the RP 80 report. It even gives the column and row number of the data, where it came from. So it identifies where that number came from. So the first line you see, is there a pointer here? I don't know. The first line is actually the numbers for June. And so the calculation was done for the data for last month. And so the first blue column came from the RP 80. The second two numbers come from the RP 500 report. So those three numbers are combined, and in the first yellow column is the calculated debt that we owe the county. You take the gross receipts, which is in the middle column there, and times 0.0025, and you get what is owed. So that number, which I can't read, but I can tell you, it's a little over $60,000. So that's what would have been owed in June. And so what the JPA requires is on about the first of the following month, which of course is July, they required that we pay the amount that was due the previous month, which is $60,000. So on July 1st, which is the second line there, the town paid the county that $60,000 that's in the first yellow column, and the JPA also required a payment of $50,000 against what we owe them. So the last column there on the right is the running balance of what we owe the county, starting with $2 million and some. And so you see, for that, after we payment in July, you subtract $50,000, it gives a running balance. So each of those numbers, which are used in the calculations, I mentioned the first blue column. You clicked on it, and in pink it shows where it came from. Same thing with the other two numbers. So this report stores all that data. So it tells you exactly where the numbers came from, how the calculation was made, and reports what was paid. And so you can see as you go down through the year, our payment, which would be for July, will be due when the RP 500 report comes out, which could be as early as tomorrow. Then we have 5 days to do the joint calculations and pay the county. And so the next payment will be within 5 days of when the report comes out, and it'll include a $10,000 payment on the amount that we owe on the debt. So that's why you see a column there with 10,000 each month. So at the bottom of this page, you see it has the instructions of how to do the calculations. So each line there tells you how to enter the numbers in the 3 blue columns to produce this report. So then the JPA requires a quarterly review. So after each 3 months, there'll be a review to see where we are. And what's going to be really important to make sure that they've posted those numbers in the right accounts. So we'd want to make sure that they agree on how much was paid against the debt, and that our numbers are correct, that the county has posted all those payments correctly. So this report can be used for that because everything is right here. Everything that's needed. So I think that completes my presentation. Do you have any questions? So anyway, the report the presentation I gave you a hard copy of has all the details of just how it meets every requirement of the JPA, because it goes through the JPA and tells how each requirement is met. So you have that in your handout.
And I just want to add something. I really appreciate the mayor coming in. He sat down a number of times with Amber and I. We've gone through it in painstaking detail, and I think we're on track.
Yeah, in fact, the method of this calculation was figured out by Amber and your attorney. I didn't do it. I was doing it wrong. I had a method, but it wasn't right. So she brought me into Kelly's office, and she went through it with me. Saying, watch this, watch this. She brought up the RP80 account and got the numbers in blue and showed me how you get there. So anyway, your staff has done a good job.
It was mildly amusing on July 4th down on the field. I saw the mayor and his wife, and I told him that, we calculated everything right, but our check bounced. And I thought that was about it for the mayor. I thought, tested his heart there.
I didn't believe him for a minute.
Okay, good.
So the next thing that needs to happen is that the manager needs to send this file and the excess file to the county and arrange for a joint calculation to be done within 5 days of when this report comes out. So if it comes out tomorrow, you'll have till next 5 business days. So it'd be, we could meet with them Monday or Tuesday if needed. And,
we also are in the process of setting up, at Santa Fe County's request, a meeting between us, Santa Fe County, and the state DFA, just to go over everything and make sure everything is in good shape from our first payment as well.
Okay. You have any questions for me? If not, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number H5, YES program presentation by Priscilla Garcia.
Good evening. I'm going to pass it over to Priscilla in a second, but I've been overseeing the YES program along with the library staff, and this year has been really incredible. We've had the highest registration ever. So that's been really great. It's been really great working with the new counselors. Priscilla's been wonderful as our program facilitator, making sure everything's running smoothly every day and making sure that, parents are communicated with, the campers are communicated with. So I just asked her to present to you guys so far. This is week 7. Next week will be our final week. But just to let you guys know how YES program has been going, give you insight on the program, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But I'll let Priscilla present now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Priscilla Vella. I'm the program facilitator for the YES Summer program. I just like to say it is a privilege working here. I've had a blast this summer, and I'm really enjoying it, and I thank you all so much for all your help. You too, especially. All right, get started. What is YES Camp? Yes Camp is made possible by the Santa Fe County with their Youth Programs Grant. Our mission is to provide a safe and engaging summer experience for our local children ages 5 to 12. We encourage creativity, physical activity, and social connections. We believe that is all very important in development. Little overview of the program. It runs from July 1st to July 24th, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Lunch and snacks are provided. Weekly themes guide activities and field trips, like this week, Out of This World, space themed. We've been doing a lot of space themed activities. It is hosted here in Edgewood Library and Town Hall. We're mainly in the library, and then we also go outside, including the art rooms, main rooms, outdoor spaces, Venus Park. We have 4 daily rotations: crafts, sports, games, reading, all of the above. Wednesdays are definitely one of our most fun days. Field trip Wednesdays, the kids love them. I love them, it's so much fun. And then we have a 1 staff member to 10 camper ratio, just to keep things safe. The basics, we have 102 total registered campers this summer, which is a lot. Thankfully, I have enough staff to help me with that. Employed community residents, we have 4 group leaders, 7 counselors, and 1 program facilitator. A big thing with the YES program is that we do community collaboration. The YES program, strong local partnerships, allow us to provide the engaging programming, nutrition, and education to meet the needs of our youth. This year, we've collaborated with Moriarty Edgewood School District Nutrition Department for our lunches, Moriarty Edgewood School District Transportation Department. They transport us to our field trips. Edgewood Community Library, that's where we host most of our activities. Route 66 Arts Alliance, very big activity that comes in every Tuesday. The kids love it. I love it. It is so much fun. It teaches them very many different ways of art, like drawing, painting, clay, percussion, music, things like that. And then the NMSU County Extension, Santa Fe County and Torrance County, they come in and they do presentations about agriculture stuff. And it's super cool. All right, community impact. We empower local youth. This program creates summer jobs, training, and hands-on experience for local teens and young adults like myself. I had never worked with kids before this, and it is very something new, and I will tell you it is so cool to learn all about them. Supports local families. It offers an affordable 8-week summer recreation program for Edgewood families. Families that work hard throughout the day, they can come and bring their kids and we will take care of them. It strengthens the community pride through local partnerships as well. It also boosts local businesses through program-related purchases and field trips. Here are some community comments. We sent out a survey for June, and our parents rated it 4.93 stars out of 5, and they were highly likely to recommend the YES program to a friend. Some comments left this year were, we have attended this camp for years and love it, no complaints. This year appears to be a bit more organized than in past years. The staff is amazing, very grateful, good job, YES program. We have received a ton of compliments, and I'm very appreciative of all of them. The activities I would do, like I said, include STEM, arts and crafts, creativity, reading, visual and performing arts, a lot of STEM, a lot of crafts. We go outside, play sports, do some fun games. We make up fun games for the kids to play. They tell us the games that they like to play on their own, and we all implement them. And then during pickup and sign out, they have board games, and the counselors are all engaged with them. Like I mentioned, every Wednesday we go on field trips. The field trips that we have been to, the Natural History Museum, Albuquerque Zoo, the Silva Lanes, Wildlife West, Aquarium, Icon Theater. Tomorrow we're going to Explora. All of these field trips have been very great and very fun. As you can see the pictures of the kids, just happy. It's honestly such a good experience. The YES program has become a valuable asset to Edgewood and neighboring communities. by offering an affordable way for their children to engage in educational activities and creativity in a safe, fun environment. As the program grows, we hope there is more opportunities to improve and expand our capacity to better meet the needs of the families we will serve in the future. Next Friday is the last day of camp, sadly, and at 1:00 p.m., the Yes Campers will be putting on a talent show at Venus Park. We are inviting all of you, and we hope you can come and see our Yes program in action. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mario.
can I ask the clerk and town manager to put a notice of possible quorum?
I was just gonna say that.
Because we got chewed out last year when we showed up to watch a talent show, so we should do a possible quorum.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that Priscilla does an amazing job. I see her every day wrangling the kids. She's very well organized. She's a back and forth, just doing such an amazing job for the Yes program.
This might not be the brightest question. Is Yes able to apply for the lodger's tax?
The YES program?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
It's a Santa Fe
Yeah,
County.
Lodger's tax is more about like heads and beds.
Because it's a Town of Edgewood program, we
Yeah.
can't use the lodger's tax funds, I don't believe, but that would be something I'd have to look into.
I was just curious to try to, more funds. to
Yeah.
help.
Well,
Okay.
this year we actually, so we get grant funding from Santa Fe County, and this year we actually received $10,000 more than we have in past years to provide more things for the kids. So that's why we're able to do certain field trips. We also, our weekly capacity is 50 kids a week, but we've had such a high number of registrations that we've kind of bumped it up. So the highest we're going is 55 kids a week. And without that extra $10,000, we wouldn't have been able to add those extra 5 kids a week because it costs money for the field trips. Luckily, through MESD, like lunches are free, but field trips and other supplies and stuff that we need, we're able to afford with that grant funding.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Milligan.
Would this incorporation, would this program go away for these children?
The Town of Edgewood wouldn't put it on, so ultimately it would
Could
either
be
have to be
somebody from
Santa
the
Fe County.
That would step in, that would want to do it.
Yeah, or someone
Or have a
locally if
location
they,
and do it.
yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Mario.
To be clear, this was a grant, right?
Yes, so we are paying for some of it with town funds, but we got $40,000 in grants from Santa Fe County.
So we are getting grants, and it was an increase this year.
Yes, so
Okay.
last year we got 30,000, and this year we requested an extra 10,000, so we got it split 20,000 fiscal '26, 20,000 fiscal '27.
So I just wanted to clarify, make sure we're getting grants.
Yes, yes, we are.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
It's a fantastic program.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Look forward to the talent show.
Item number 6, quarterly update from the Library Advisory Board. Ryan Butler.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for letting me be here. It's always fun to step out after a nice, refreshing rainstorm, but I tell you, the rain doesn't stick around quite as long here as it should,
No.
if you know what I mean. But yeah, library quarterly update stuff. The library for the past several months, of course, has been overrun with children as part of the YES program. We just had a report on that, so I won't spend too much time on it, other than to sort of reemphasize some of the points. While there's been 102 total campers, like Brandon said, we're sort of capped out at how many we can have at once, 50 or 55. Hopefully next year we can get more grant money, either from Santa Fe County or more town funds to be able to kind of expand that, because obviously there is quite a demand for people to be able to place their children over the summer months. Excuse me. Alongside with that, the library is doing the summer reading events, which are going well. Those have around 100 people attending, like in attendance each event. So another thing that's going quite strong with the library. As part of the summer reading event, readers are able to kind of track track what they read through the Beanstack app, and over the summer, Edgewood library members have read over 51,000 minutes of books. That's about 36 straight days of reading across the town of Edgewood. So, congratulations for that. Give yourself a hand there. And I think the big need, kind of going back to YES program, actually, one thing also new this year is that the Two thoughts. One of the comments that was shared was about organization being much better this year. The YES program was entirely organized by library staff. And so that's something else that they're doing kind of on top of their normal library duties, planning and organizing that. And where did my note go? Oh, the new thing that they're able to do this year also is teen field trips. Normally the YES program is only for children 5 to 12, but we've been able to put on one already and one upcoming field trip for teens. One was to Main Event on June 19th, and on July 19th they're going to Cliffs. Or sorry, not July 19th. That's how many people have signed up so far. There were 19 teens that signed up for the Main Event, and then 19 so far that have signed up for Cliffs. That has not happened yet. That is also being paid for by the grant from Santa Fe County. Also organized by library staff, but chaperoned by town staff. So thank you all for that, for those of you who have signed up to help with that. And oh, the big need, facilities again. It's always great for the town when it rains, but when it rains, the library has to go on defense to protect materials. I believe last time we had a big rainstorm, we actually had to throw out books that we discovered mold on. It's supposed to be a very rainy week this week, which is awesome, but you know, requires a little bit more attention for the libraries, and so anything that can help with that would be greatly appreciated. But I think that's about all that I have. You have any questions, comments, concerns?
Any questions?
No.
Thank you for
We
all
will
your hard work.
keep on working with the school district about that roof.
Yeah, thanks. I feel like I had something else there. Oh, another need that I think we could really use is advocacy for the library a little bit. I know that some feelers have gone out about potentially repurposing the library assistant position for other things. That's something that the library has been asking for a number of years, from before I was even on the advisory board. They only got that this past year, and you've seen what they've been able to do with having that extra set of hands. I think it would be a shame to see it go away and go somewhere else. And that if that's a need that is, if other places need support, I don't think the library should have to sacrifice that. So that would be something that we would kind of like to get out front of, I guess, to a certain extent.
So if I may, I'm looking at every department.
Oh, no,
and
we're not,
staffing
I'm not
needs in
trying to say
every
we're being
department.
singled out, but it's just, this is a thing, and we just got this, please don't take it.
Right. But if you have a concern about that, come see me first.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it. But yeah, I'm looking at every department for staffing needs.
Any more questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item number H7, discussion and possible action to approve a three-year Imprivata subscription agreement. James Reeder.
Commissioners, this is our security measure. We originally purchased this directly from the manufacturer. This is just a renewal. And I did reach out to at least half a dozen resellers for quotes. We got 2 quotes and 1 no bid from the resellers. I don't have the quotes in front of me, I'm sorry, but I believe the manufacturer, I think the manufacturer still had the best price, or maybe one of the resellers beat him. I'll have to look. But either way, it's around $10,000. We were only able to get 1-year quotes. The resellers didn't provide 3-year quotes. So my recommendation is to move forward with the 1-year renewal, and we're kind of short on time anyways. The current licenses expire at the end of this month, and we do need to keep this system in place for compliance with the federal CJIS cybersecurity policy. And it's a little north of $10,000 for the 1-year renewal. And I can get you the exact number, but I'll have to pull it up on my phone if you want it.
Chief Ross, this was the specific line item, right, that needed to be adjusted?
The impromptu?
Yeah,
This covers the whole town.
okay.
The PD is required, is the reason for the federal CJIS policy requirement, but the whole town uses this system.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Brennan.
James, you're saying that it's 10,000 for 1 year, so are we gonna be paying this as a year to year? Because I know you're requesting for a 3-year contract.
Yeah, the 3-year, like I said, the resellers didn't get back to me with 3-year quotes. The only 3-year quote I believe we have is from the manufacturer. There is about a $300-ish per year savings if we prepay for 3 years. Honestly, I'd rather do the 1 year since it's coming out of my budget. But on the 1 year renewal, it is $10,448.52.
And I was reading in here where one of the vendors that, I think it's the one that didn't want to send us a quote, they said they didn't want to do it because they couldn't beat the manufacturer's price.
Correct. And that, I would suspect that's the same reason I didn't get any responses on the 3-year requests that I sent. I know one of the resellers actually mentioned that they're waiting for a response from the same representative that I was dealing with at the manufacturer, so, yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't laughing, I love this get up. I wasn't laughing at you.
So, Mr. Chair, for the motion of this, we just gonna do it for 1 year then?
I believe so.
Okay.
So amend that to 1 year.
Well, no motion has been made yet.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a 1-year contract for the Imprivata subscription agreement.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Once, twice. Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item number 8, discussion and possible action to approve animal shelter manager job description. Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chair, before you, you have a animal shelter job description that you've never seen before. That's why I'm bringing it. At one time, the animal control officers and the animal shelter were within one unit, and the animal control officers went over to the police department for training needs and that sort of thing. We've never updated the animal shelter manager position. Unfortunately, Christine Romero, who's done an amazing job, is going to be retiring at the end of the month. And I would like to get your blessing and approval on this job description and get it advertised as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan.
I think it was well put together on what you put.
Thank you.
I didn't have any changes to it. I don't know if any other commissioners do, but I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and approve the animal shelter job manager job description.
Second.
It's been seconded. Further discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item number H9, discussion and possible action regarding the separation of the clerk and treasurer position.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I am proposing that we take that position formerly held by Misty Witt and divide it into 2 separate positions. As I explained earlier, I'm going to be coming to you once we get the treasurer job description done and the clerk job description done. I'm going to be coming to you with those 2 positions, and at that time, I'm going to be recommending that your current finance manager become the treasurer and that you hire a clerk. That will not be a new position. We're not adding a position. That will be the reclassification and recreation of the position of your community liaison who retired recently.
Commissioner Murillo.
I move that we separate the clerk treasurer position. based on the recommendation of the town manager.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maria?
I think this is a great idea. I know we tried really hard to see if we can get one person to do both jobs.
Yeah.
But if anybody's taken any time to go look at the treasurer position, what they have to do, the cleanup that Amber's having to do right now, and then all the issues with clerk and EPRAs that you're experiencing right now, and having people just concentrate and be task specific and become experts in the one area makes more sense to me than trying to be, jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, 100%,
Right?
sir.
And that's not a good way to run a town, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Any further discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Real quick before we move on, Justice, can you approach? No, up here.
All the way.
All the way. Sorry. It's 9:10. It was tabled. If we don't pull from the table, it's automatically on the agenda until next time. And if we don't pull it from there, then it's died, and then we have to redo it. I don't think he's coming back at 9:10, and I know you work tomorrow. I have to wake up at 2 a.m., so if you don't want to be here anymore, feel free.
I do appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure before you're just sitting there late.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, item H, number 10, discussion and possible action to approve planning and zoning manager job description.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is an existing position that we've already had. Did you know the planning and zoning manager position has been vacant for a month, 6 weeks probably? I've gone through and we had some issues to bring this planning and zoning manager job description back up. I've gone through it based on what I've learned and what I know that occurs in Planning and Zoning Commission, updated it a bit, and I just bring it before you. I'd like to advertise it and get moving on it.
Commissioner Milligan.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the planning and zoning manager job description.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Once again, Mr. Kelly, I think you did an excellent job revising it.
Thank you, sir. Keep that thought in mind, sir, as we move forward.
Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
The motion carried.
Item number 11, discussion and possible action to approve wastewater treatment operator in training.
So this is a new position, as you know, and I apologize for not making the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund report eligible to the public. We will get it posted so the public can see it and see exactly some of the deficiencies that we have, particularly in the wastewater area. So we do need a second position in there. It's my understanding that there was a second position in there, and that position went to Rhodes with the promise that Rhodes would assist wastewater, Mr. Garcia at the Wastewater Treatment Center when needed. However, that doesn't provide a second set of eyes down there. And that is an environment where something could happen, and we need a second set of eyes and a 911 button pusher. So this is kind of a unique position. We searched, I looked at the UNM job study, even though we're not using that classification and that pay scale, and we came up with operator in training rather than just a maintenance tech or something like that. I think this is a position that somebody could take on that has an interest in wastewater, and people do exist. And when I was in Alaska, that's a coveted position, believe it or not, to be the wastewater operator in your rural village. And so I think by labeling it this, going through the way we've done it, and titling it the way we have, I think we might be able to get some good applicants. But the long and the short of it is the New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund report made it very clear that something happened there. And it's not fair to Mr. Garcia as well, or his family, to not have a second person there. And quite frankly, if we're looking at potentially the water project, and they may be able to reuse some of that wastewater in their processes, the pipeline, if that ever comes to pass, then I think we need to spend some time and effort and look at what we can do to shore up our wastewater treatment plant a little bit, and this is one step in doing that. So this is a new position. I'd be recycling an existing position, not creating a new position, just recycling by combining 2 positions and having 1 vacancy left.
And I do want to clarify, within the budget, we accounted for this extra position.
We
within
did.
that department.
And you will see on all of these that I've submitted to you, the actual class code out of our existing pay scale, and then the anticipated salary, that salary for that pay scale. And I would probably want to start this position at 1847 if we could.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve the job position for wastewater treatment operator in training.
Second.
Give that to Commissioner Murillo. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan?
it's definitely something that we have to have in place. It's a safety issue. So, according to the report, it's not a safe environment just to have one person in there working with just the chemicals and just the water alone. If you were to slip and fall, nobody would even know something happened to him, so.
Even worse if he fell into a vat.
Yeah, so it's definitely a safety thing, so.
Any further discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item number 12, discussion and possible action regarding the Pirate Viking Summer Festival and approval of brew vendors. Mr. Eric Viegel.
Missioners, how you doing?
I love the enthusiasm.
Well, I'm tired, not drunk. This year, we're having the Pirate Viking Summer Festival on August 22nd and 23rd at the Wildlife West Nature Park and Zoo. We have currently about 75 craft vendors, 42 entertainers that will be coming on 5 different stages. We have different games and events and quests that all the families and friends that come to the festival. Last year we had about 8,000 people. This year we're toning for about 10, which is amazing. It continues to grow in the 7th year. When I first started it, everybody's like, there's no pirates in New Mexico. There's not any water. And I said, well, you'll be amazed at how many pirates we actually have. But the neatest thing is we also have the breweries. Juneau is one of our breweries. Little Toad Creek is returning for this is the 10th event that they've done with us. Mystic Ambrosia Meadery out of Santa Fe. We also have Dark Stranger out of Carlsbad. Four Norsemen in Albuquerque, and Downshift Brewing from Ruidoso. These 6 different brewers and vendors will be at our festival, hopefully upon your approval that we can have these ABC permits approved and submitted. And we want to invite the entire city, town, to come out. Kids 17 and under are free at our event, which is nice. I have families around here that bring 6 and 7, 8 kids with them, which is amazing because the kids just have a blast. And even the adults. I know some of you guys have come in and checked it out in years past and have enjoyed yourselves, and I appreciate it. Law enforcement does come over and checks us out, and we appreciate that so much, having the PD come out and just check and make sure that everything's copacetic and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. But Roger over there at the Wildlife West is a key part to this entire event. He makes it possible by allowing us to utilize his event center. And I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the city, or town, sorry. But if I can get an approval from you guys, it'd be amazing, again.
What's the date going to be on this again?
22nd and 23rd of August, 10 to 6 each day.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
do we have the permits? I didn't see them in the packet.
We'll make sure all permitting processes are done properly.
Yeah, I submitted it to the town manager.
He and I have discussed this previously, before he brought it to you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move to approve the Pirate Viking Summer Festival brew vendors and approval of brew vendors.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Nope, you always put on a fantastic show.
Thank you,
And the town
thank you.
appreciates
We
it.
try. Celtic Nova's coming back for this one too. You guys never seen them play, you gotta come out and check it out. They're a band that is amazing. Bagpipes, flames coming out of the bagpipes. Yeah, it's amazing. Men in kilts.
Definitely hope I can make it out for this. I may have make it out for the last couple of shows. We had family medical issues with my mother-in-law, and just this whole year's been.
Yeah, last year you came for the Western
Oh,
Fest,
yeah.
which was awesome.
So I'm gonna definitely try to make it out for this one.
And you're all invited. You too, Chief. Thank you, guys.
Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passes.
On to the next item, closed session. Need a motion to enter closed session?
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into closed session in accordance with items I-1, 2, 3, and 4 per roll call vote.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion? Can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
as soon as he is.
Yeah, okay. Good? Yeah. Motion to enter back into regular session?
Mr. Chair, come back in open session.
Second.
Discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
All right, certification by the commission that only the matters identified on the agenda for closed session were discussed and that no final actions were taken during closed session.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
I so affirm. Discussion and possible action on matters discussed in closed session if necessary.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move to direct the town manager to investigate and determine acquisition for a firing range for the police department.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I think the idea of having the, just full disclosure and transparency, currently the PD has to travel outside of town limits to go to a firing range to do any types of qualifications, any types of trainings, various things. So the nearest range is a solid 30 minutes away outside of service. I know I used to pull trap there personally, and so having cell phone service there is a nightmare. The other range is a little bit closer. It's still in a pretty shady area, so it really takes our officers outside of town limits. And I think the idea of having something within the town will put our officers in a situation, one, where they have a safe place where they don't have to sit there and worry about people coming up beside them next to them with bad gun handling practices or ill intentions, but give them a secure place where they can go practice, be efficient, have trainings. But it also sets up the town to have our PD in a situation in which they can provide trainings to other agencies and generate revenue long-term. And I think this is the first step to going that way. Just having our PD in-house here in Edgewood, not having to travel to a different county to just go practice, makes a whole lot of sense to me at the end of the day.
Okay.
I agree.
Clerk, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Item K, future meetings, July 21st, 2026. Chat with Commissioners Workshop at 6 PM. Are we going to have to change that? Yeah. We have a workshop at 6 a.m. or 6 PM on the 21st, but now we're going to do the special workshop for budget.
So it's just the.
I'm sorry, the
Anyhow, I'm just making a note so that way.
deputy
we're all
clerk and I
aware.
were talking about another important matter here. I missed that whole conversation.
So, future meetings, July 21st, chat with the Commissioners Workshop at 6 PM. Adjust that time because we'll do the special meeting
For the budget.
for the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow,
So we can
Big
move
check.
it to 5?
We can
Yeah.
move it to 5, yeah.
yeah. July 28th, 2026, regular commission meeting. August 11th, regular commission meeting. Upcoming events, July 16th, summer reading program Explora at 11 a.m. at Town Hall. July 20th through the 24th, Edgewood PD School Supply Drive, 9 a.m. at the Community Center. July 21st through 25th, Library Scavenger Hunt, 10 a.m. at the Community Library. July 23rd, summer reading program for Ocean Adventure, 11 a.m. Town Hall. July 24th, 2026, teen field trip to Cliffs Amusement Park at 9 a.m. July 25th through the 26th, 2026, dumpster days at 9 a.m. for the by the Roads Department. And July 30th, 2026, summer reading program foam party, 11 a.m. Town Hall. Item, go ahead.
If I can just add, and we did discuss this in closed session on acquisition of the old Community First, and you may have said something and I missed it, but I did inquire of Santa Fe County, who sent me to State Land Office, and the State Land Office said no, they're going to require Santa Fe County to tear that building down. Unless there's nothing we can do
Understood.
to maintain, to acquire it.
Understood.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan?
we did table the swearing-in ceremony for Justice Whites, so I move that we have the swearing-in ceremony as soon as Judge White is available to do so.
My understanding is that because we tabled it, it stays on the agenda and it will stay there till next meeting. And then if it's not pulled from the table at that time, it then dies.
And everything I've been gone through, tabling moves it to the very end of the meeting. So once you get to the end of the meeting, you have to do something with it.
Okay, I'll go with you, but, okay. Well, then, we need to pull from the table to bring it up to then postpone it. So I need a motion to pull from the table that specific item to then postpone it.
That's
Mr.
what I
Chair.
said, but, okay, but maybe I didn't say it right. I make a motion that we pull from the table the swearing-in ceremony for Justice Whites and schedule it to the soonest availability of Judge White.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just to be clear, do you want it at a town commission meeting, or can we just go down and do it in front of Judge White?
Whenever he's available.
Whenever he's available, we need,
Okay.
he needs to be sworn in so he can properly
does.
perform his functions.
Okay. Any discussion? Clerk, can you take the roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item N, final comments of the commissioner. Commissioner Murillo?
I'll pass.
Commissioner Milligan?
Pass.
Commissioner Brennan?
Good night.
Good night. I'm waking up at 2 a.m. All right. That fact, we are adjourned.
Can I make a motion?
Oh, wait, motion, yeah, you were right.
Mr. Chair, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Discussion. Clerk, take the roll call vote, please.